Oh, did I say it wrong?
Yes. Let me.
Okay, so they didn't
turn
use
down.
surge.
No. Okay. So hold on. I'm trying to bring down the volume so that way you're not blaring.
Thanks.
Okay. So, first of all, welcome everybody back to session 45/43 of groups 3 and 4. How is everyone doing tonight?
I'm finally back. No longer
You're
plagued.
back. Whoop.
He lives.
He lives.
Don't look at my lunch.
I live.
All right. So, something I want to clarify. So, and this is information that would be known to you all, so even if you had any questions about stuff that it could just be answered. The Council of Giantomachy were a bunch of giants, and they formed Ilios, made their whole nation. The Olympians were Arvandorians from the old times. They're like 3,000 years old by now, because they were Arvandorians that fell to the chain when the Chained Oblivion first made its way to Earth, and then they were resurrected as demons. When they found out about the Giantomachy Council, because again, the Giantomachy Council is also Arvandorians. They are giants. They were giants of Arvandor that survived and then formed this nation. They went over, killed the Arvandorian Council, and then used their assassination as a way to get Ilios angry at Aenis. They were like, "Hey, we didn't kill you. We didn't kill the council. It was that council over there. It was that nation over there. You should go and start a war with Aenis." They start a war with Aenis, and then the Olympians then go to Aenis and say, "Hey, these people are starting a war with you for no reason. You should let us help you as your council." And so the Olympians took on the councils, took on the different forms of the Iliad Council and the Aeneid Council, but they were very much warlocks of the Chained Oblivion far prior to that. It wasn't like they were assassinated and then replaced. It was they basically killed the Giantomachy Council and then came back as Ilios was crumbling under the failed leadership of King Midas, by the way. Failing under the struggling leadership after the Giantomachy Council died, and they came back and were like, "Hey, you guys are struggling. It's all their fault. Let's go attack. Let's go start a war with them, and I'll lead you guys to war." Ilios and Aeneas.
I see.
Yeah. But the Olympians were made by like the Arvandorian versions being
Yeah.
killed and then resurrected as demons, yeah.
They were originally Arvandor. They were part of the old world that were meant to destroy the Chained Oblivion when they first arrived on Cerdonia, and they all fell when the Kindori crash and caused the cataclysm.
Good.
So they were fighting against it?
They were fighting against it.
Yeah, that's why I panicked when Hades died, because I was like, "Oh shit, are they gonna possess him too now?"
Which
Yeah,
it sounds like
Hades was Hades was a surviving Arvandorian, corrupted himself with the Tiamat's phylactery, and then he died, and then could have possibly been brought back had Zeus A cared to resurrect Hades, and B, the body was not confiscated by the Akkadian Council.
Yeah. So instead of the Chained Oblivion corrupting him, now it's the Tiamat.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow, not any better.
Yeah, no,
No.
it's like the Avandorians are just vehicles.
I should point
other
out-
shit.
I should point out, it's been a week since that. It's been a week since Hades is back in the form as the Tiamat. I'll just say that, and we'll move on.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah.
Planet
He hasn't
C4,
done
the planet's
anything bad
core.
in that time.
you say Hades is just planting C4 in the background.
Yeah, in the planet's core or something, or
All
comics.
these barrels.
We live in a primitive
The Asphodel
world.
Syndicate.
Expect
He's
me-
getting the Asphodel Syndicate in on it. Is like, hey, Hades, why are we blowing up the planet? And he's like, we're the good of the Syndicate.
Don't worry, we have plenty of Spelljammer ships. We have the detonator. Don't worry, I'll just detonate it once we leave.
All right.
It'll be fine.
Totally. I'm so ready for this session. Let's go kill a puppy, a dog. I don't know what we're killing.
I know what you know. Anyways, so unfortunately, we do not have Spencer, Brenham, and for the time being, Cherry with us tonight. But Cherry should be here later on in the evening, hopefully. But with that said, our last session, unfortunately, was not streamed, as I was doing it from the comforts of my aunt and uncle's basement, watching their cousins, watching my cousins, for the evening. So, and I had tried to record the VOD. It did not record audio, at least. So instead, what we're gonna do is a lovely semi-restart, as the events of last session included making your way to Latuco, which, by the way, I think one thing that I don't think has been discussed yet. Corellin had asked for a small convoy quest in the form of bringing a giant tall neck to the Latuco Savannah, and as sort of almost like a reward or sort of insurance, Corellin gave you all 6 Nahuatl to man the ballista that is now on Domus. And also, Corellin gave Morgan, the representative of the group, his own vestige. So now Morgan and Arya are the 2 people with vestiges.
Let's go.
Sorry, John, you gave yours away. And afterwards, you all made your way into the Latuco tribes, where you encountered a purple worm surfacing from the Underdark. It was gone in a single round of combat.
Horrifying.
The Latuco people told you that it was probably due to Vecna surfacing the creatures from the Underdark to attack the Latuco people. They took you over to a cave system in which Vecna's goons were guarding. At which point Vecna's goons then escorted you through the Underdark for an entire day of travel through the Underdark, making your way supposedly to the city of Tradisum or to Vecna's camp. During this travel, you encountered a Drider and a collection of ropers disguising themselves as stalactites on the ground. That ended in a round of combat as well. I don't even think we got past Ishmael's turn. We got through 2 rounds of combat, and it involved a surprise round where it was just Ishmael, and then the first round of combat, Ishmael was the first person on initiative. So it was just back-to-back rounds of Ishmael. And then where we are picking up with this session, arriving to Vecna's camp. So, couple of things. Firstly, it has been about maybe a few miles. I will say about 5-ish miles since the encounter with the Drider and with the Ropers. As you have gotten closer to this supposed camp, a soft melody, a small tune of music begins to omnipresent in the space around you. This small lullaby, very ominous, echoing throughout the caverns. Not any real source to this song. Does anyone understand deep speech? A language?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Then you don't know what that says. This lullaby becomes omnipresent through the caves as you get closer and closer to Vecna's camp. I'm gonna just turn that down just a little bit more, just so I can hear myself. Eventually, the 3 spectators guiding your path eventually come to a stop at this wall on the cave. But to the magic users, you all immediately recognize the shimmer of illusory magic as it fades and reveals a massive outcropping in the side of the wall. Immediately, you are greeted by 2 giant cyclopes who seem to guard the front entrance. They look to you both. They look to you all, and see the spectators in front of you, and then step to the side to let you pass. As you do, certain members of Group 3 would be able to notice one of the cyclopes looks a little fearful of your passage into the camp. But that is about it. Inside, you are met with a mass array of encampment, small and circular, mostly housing, not so much. There doesn't seem to be a lot of camps with different professions. This is mostly just housing, household tents. All around, scattered about, and occasionally turning to your direction to simply silently observe you are cultists. Or should I say cultists? I should say clerics and warlocks, worshippers supposedly of Vecna, adorned in a very familiar red hoods. Familiar only to Group 3 though, as they are adorned in these baggy red robes, this silver circlet around their head, this eye as an emblem around their neck. You can see holstered on their sides are daggers and small melee weapons, but also a vast array of spell books and holy symbols. Holy symbols supposedly in worship of Vecna. This music that you hear is still very omnipresent in the space around you. Perhaps even a bit louder now that you've actually made your way in. At the very end of the cavern, you see this massive tent supposedly the master tent at the very end of the cavern, guarding which are these massive devil orthons.
Oh,
These big burly devils, gray of skin, these massive, almost mammoth tusks protruding from their face, very orcish in nature, with an array of different weaponry strewn about them. They look like massive bounty hunters or war veterans pulled straight from the sands of Beator. Off in one corner, as you can see, there are, on this end of the cavern, there are sets of cages strewn about. One side has a set of smaller cages that seem to be holstering certain creatures that have kind of lowered themselves, seemingly asleep in their cages. The other side has a massive singular cage, larger than the ones on the other side, and it is empty. You approach the orthons and the spectators speak in Infernal, this sort of command of passage, and the orthons kind of just nod off to the side of the entrance. One of the spectators then disappears into the tent for only a second before returning and giving you a signal of approach. You all begin to approach this inside the tent. The spectators let you pass them by as they stand outside the entrance and let you all pass by them. And eventually you are met with a massive long table. This large singular room that houses a large long table stretched across the room. 9 chairs line the sides of this table. Only a 10th one, at the very end of the room, sits a very courteous, human in nature, old and very visibly old as he human, regular size, maybe about 6 feet tall, long black hair pulled back. He is missing an eye, replaced with a glowing blue eye of pure arcane light. And one of his hands is missing. But off to the side, aloft, just drifting in a space above him, is this pink mage hand that drifts in its place as he sits there looking at you all, adorned in very similar robes as his own cultists, but these ones are a lot more darker, menacing. Doesn't seem to have a hood attached, as he does not seem to care to conceal his own face. Now this face is not one, I believe I mentioned this last session. This is a face Vecna does not, this is a face Erud does not recognize. This, let me get a full visual, a full image, for those that, where is it? Erud would have remembered a shriveled corpse, but a shriveled corpse that was standing about 15 feet tall, grayish skin, very Voldemort visual, missing everything in his lower rib cage area, adorned in this ornaments of gold around his body, and this tattered cape, almost like tailcoat, at his waist. But this is very much not the visual that he had back in the Library of Denier. The staff that he is holding in this visual is resting against the chair behind him, as it just leans against it, angled. Vecna looks at you all as he says, Elysians, scholars of Acne, please have a seat. We have much to discuss.
Is the ambiance all the time, or just for guests?
It's still... Oh, are you asking him?
Yeah.
It is for everyone. I should also, it's not on the table, but the table itself is not empty. There's an array of food and drinks and all different delicacies that are kind of strewn about this table, seemingly open for you all to consume, as he seems to have a little chalice to himself as well.
Morgan's going to sit down and put her best good manners face on.
Yeah, sorry, wrong token. Moving the
I
wrong
don't know
way.
what's happened to Roll20, but Roll20 is just glitching out for me. That's so great to see. He looks to you all. He looks to you all and he says, I trust that the journey down into the Underdark was familiar, if not challenging.
There were some small hiccups, but we generally made it through.
I'm sure you did. Part of the reason why you are here before me. You all are a very capable group of individuals. I'm sure nothing in these caves could deter you. I suppose the matter of why you are all here, which, by the way, is anyone not sitting down? I should clarify. I think John, you said you're Lokir wasn't sitting down. Arya, you're gonna stand.
I'll stand. Yeah, might as well.
I'll have Erud sitting down.
Junji would take that spot.
Oh, okay.
It don't matter that much.
Why is this happening? Roll20, please. It's just flickering. He looks to you. He looks to you all as he says, I suppose the matter as to why you are all before me is of quite a question to most of you. I'm gonna stop the music real quick.
It is.
Just because I can't hear it myself. There we go. Alright. He looks to you all, he says, you have all, from my expectation of your efforts, you all have proven yourselves to be quite a capable group of mercenaries. I believe the term would be fair to assume. I
That's
require
one way to describe us.
I require a number of resources from you that I am willing to pay towards in exchange. I know you all have a certain number of people, items that I currently possess, and I am willing to offer a trade for these individuals. To start, we have Miss Sutton Crescent. As he flicks his mage hand, flicks a bit, and a minor illusion appears of Sutton, encased in this almost shimmering bubble of this divine blue magic, as she seems to be actively fighting this encagement, throwing these different spells, as she seems to be fighting to try to release herself. The minor illusion then fades as he says, or rather her own possessions, which I have not been able to separate from her. But I also possess a rather interesting individual, an erratic one, as a flick of the mage hand's wrist once again provides a minor illusion of a young copper dragon encased in a corner of a cave, guarded with a set of vertical metal bars that block any sort of escape. As the copper dragon, instead of seeming violent, seems to just be resting for the time being. You're not sure if this is a real-time minor illusion, or if this is just at some point in which Vecna has seen the copper dragon. The flick of the wrist dissipates the minor illusion again as he says, I am willing to part with these individuals. They are erratic and have served me little to no purpose other than expensive resources to keep them enclosed. But in return, I wish for a number of information, as well as an assistance with a particular task.
What
To start.
information and what task would this be?
To start, I need points to Splint. I require your knowledge on the city of Tradisum. Points to Erud.
Knowledge of the city.
I require
Knowledge of
your...
the city.
The city in general. The city possesses a certain pocket of information that I'm sure is not of no knowledge to you. But I still would require a certain generalized information about this city before I am to make my approach. I require, points to Erud, I require your knowledge on the celestial language. And I require all of your assistance in slaying a certain creature that hinders my further goals.
Those goals are?
My goals, with the information from Tradisum, both the information you have and the information I intend to collect using your information and the information that you have for Celestials is to ascend to a higher being of existence. Tell me something. Do any of you have any knowledge of what the highest classification of magic there is, what the highest level of arcane one can achieve in Cerdonia? Any of you?
Archdruid? I don't know.
Arcade
Close.
Captain?
Correct. Points to Rory. Archaic Captain is a classification of mage who has grown much of a following, and this following builds their own arcane. It was originally called an Archaic Captain because most of the Archaic Captains of the time were sea dwellers. Cerdonia had a massive seaward expansion era, and this is when the Archaic Captains became so populated. But once domination over land was more fruitful than conquering of the sea, Archaic Captains began to disappear from the sea, residing more on in their own kingdoms and strongholds and continents and countries. But that is of no concern. What if I were to say there was a higher classification above Archaic Captain, one that could be achieved by mortals?
I would say that sounds like a great story, but we don't have any proof.
I mean, there's attempts at it, but no one's been able to succeed at such a feat.
That
There's
is
people
correct.
who I could say come close, but such a feat, you need a lot of resources to pull something off like that.
There is, in fact, a classification higher than Archaic Captain. There is, in fact, an achievable process in which this can be completed, and this classification is godhood. Tell me, with such an absence or the lack of gods in Cerdonia, why do we coin the term gods? Godhood. Why do we have those terms for entities and for beings that don't exist? Sure, omnipotent and omniscient are base terms to describe all-powerful beings and all-knowing beings. But gods, godhood, divinity, we have no such information about them ever existing, and yet we have a subconscious understanding of what they are. The closest that any creature, anything has gotten to being worshipped like a god is the people of Kumalipo, these turtles and tritons and lizard folk who all worship the sun and the moon as entities that circle the earth. But they are not gods, they are primordial beings at best, even if they are gods, or even if they are beings that exist in general. They are not gods. There are no gods known, at the very least, to anyone in Cerdonia. But this can be changed. This process is not one that is innovative, of course. There have been a couple instances in which there have been attempts there has been Lady Mistra, a tiefling archaic captain who served the seas and the arcane, all the way up until the ritual she concocted to ascend to godhood. She found this ritual. Denir, an archaic captain who possessed an infinite source of knowledge, far greater than hundreds of years could achieve, including the ritual of ascending to godhood. And do you know what happened to them?
Nothing
Something
good.
killed them. Something, upon the concoction of this ritual, is summoned as almost a test, perhaps. A safeguard, perhaps, of godhood. This creature, this being, is only seen by those that concoct this ritual, and those that spectate the moment in which that creature takes the life of the caster, at which point this creature then targets every single mortal being that has looked upon its nature. The only information that I have collected about this being are the scribbles of dead men, as they frantically attempt to try to transcribe what is before them, only to be slain mere seconds. Mistra's followers, a good 95% of them, will all bear witness to her ascension, and every single person, the bodies they collected that after that ascension, after that failed ascension, were countless.
That's not
Which is what-
encouraging.
It is not. But they were many. But they were ants. They were small worshippers who barely got a taste of what it meant to worship an archaic captain. I should know, my own followers are not as potent in their own magic, merely feeding off of their own belief towards me. But you all, do not have this lack of arcane, lack of strength. And of course, I have my own contingencies and my own other assets, but in order for this ritual to work, I need to be 100% certain that whatever comes my way is felled before I can ascend to godhood.
To
With that-
ascend to godhood, don't you have to be, I don't know, ruling some sorts of domain?
Of course.
And what
A
is
god
that
would
that
have
you
to-
wish to... What do you want to represent?
A god would have to claim a domain. And with a set of tenets, I wish to claim the domain of death.
And what do you plan to do after you've ascended?
I wish to use that power to fell a chained oblivion. A threat you all are very aware exists, as am I. In my 800
Insight.
years of... Sure. In fact, He says,
I believe him. Yeah, screw it.
and
Yeah.
in fact, he says, as he almost kind of registers that you don't trust him. I take it that it is of not the greatest trust amongst you all. It is a rather bleak and dark plan. And the domain of death is not one claimed by many of good alignment. I know that for sure.
Death is a natural cycle of things, but there are those, even at one point myself, who abuse such power to try to overwrite such nature.
Indeed.
To represent it. Oh, there's a lot of stuff to do to represent death, I suppose.
Would any one of you happen to have a zone of truth? I mean, I'll look and see if Erud or you have one?
Yeah.
By all means.
Alright. I cast it.
Okay. You cast Zone of Truth. I believe it is a 10-foot circle.
Yeah, I'm putting 15-foot radius.
Centered on a point of your choice within range. So probably that?
Sure.
Okay. Let me put that here, and then he will choose, because you can do this, he will choose to fail.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Dang. He's really serious.
He's being genuine, yeah.
Alright. There's that. He looks to you all. You can kind of see this as the Zone of Truth passes over him. This small symbol of the similar glowing blue around him kind of appears on his head. You all register that he has failed, or has chosen to fail, this saving throw. And he is speaking truthfully when he says, I wish to claim the domain of death and slay the chained oblivion.
That's well and good.
That is good. Very well
Let's
and
not
good. But what do you
Pretend that
plan to
this
do
is
after?
Selfless.
Of course it's not. Selfless is anything. A simple selfless act. There's always a reward at the end. And my reward is notoriety. If this process were to work, and I were to ascend to a god of death, and then fell the chained oblivion, I would be revered. Known as the god of death throughout the one that slayed the void. Throughout Cerdonia. Throughout the astral sea. And not only that, but the information, the ritual of ascension, will be at everyone's disposal. I do not wish to selfishly hold this information of godhood to myself, no. If I am to successfully achieve godhood, everyone could achieve this similar divinity. We don't have to be shackled by mortaldom any longer.
Do you mean to advance, well, the best of mortals to the best that they can possibly be?
Of course. I wish to not only be revered as myself, but I also wish for all of Cerdonia to be able, the best of Cerdonia, to be able to ascend to to an extraplanar being far beyond the shackles of mortaldom. And eventually all will not have these shackles on them.
I see.
The intents, I understand, are noble, but every individual is different. There are tons of domains, and if the ritual requires a trial by fire scenario, we don't know who will succeed and who won't. You'd at the end of the day be opening Pandora's box, essentially, for better or worse terms. The possibilities are infinite.
If we are to fell this creature, before it is summoned, then perhaps we will never have to worry about this creature again. But if this creature is to return on every instance, then perhaps it is a way to block any mere mortal from ascending to this plane of existence. Of course that falls onto me as well. This trial that of course I seem to also need to take on.
I know you said that you would want the best of Cerdonia to ascend, but what about the people who don't make the cut? Would you be willing to let them live in peace?
Of course. I seek no vengeance on the people of this earth. The people sensible enough to understand the powers of life and death will worship me, but those who don't worship me, I care not for.
Death is death.
Death is death. Once the chained oblivion is gone, I wish to serve as a true neutral patron of death. Death will come to those who do not seek this divinity, who are not capable, who are still shackled by mortaldom. And my tenets would not only be to serve this neutral judgment, but to fight against the undeath that is brought upon this material plane, which is how my tenets are in service of slaying the chained oblivion. The chained oblivion's entire army is undeath, and thus as a patron of death and a guardian of undeath, I will slay this being while still upholding my own tenets.
You're not so living yourself.
I am not.
I could tell from...
It is an irony that will soon be purged upon my ascension, for I will no longer be undeath in my ascension.
Have you taken into account the fact that a god may possibly be bound by rules beyond our comprehension? It could be that there are gods, but they are unable or forbidden from contacting mortals.
This world has been filled of many gods, though. And in the case scenario, there's those hiding. It's going to create an uproar when new gods start emerging from the aftermath. We could be talking about a war in the astral, for all we know. They'll come straight after.
to answer Miss Galatea's question, if that is the case, then at the very least we will know. We will understand. But for Miss Batir, if there are gods, old gods, who take opposition in these new gods ascending, then they have no right to be gods to begin with. If these old gods have the powers that can stop everything that happens on this planet, and they choose not to let this chained oblivion run amok across the material plane, then they do not deserve to be gods. If a new era of gods needs to happen in order for change to happen, then let the new gods reign.
How do we also know if the Chained Oblivion isn't a god?
I'm sure that the Chain of Oblivion most definitely is. The power they have pulled off is anything less and far superior to any arch-captain I have seen.
From the texts and the history that I have seen of the Chained Oblivion, if he was a god, then he would have more, then he would not be stagnated. He would not need this army of demons to do as he pleases, which just seems to be conquering Cerdonia. He would not need these pawns, these warlocks, to run amok in Cerdonia if he was so powerful as to be a god himself.
I think even a god could show pettiness. It's all very dependent on the individual. I see no reason why the Chained Oblivion, the embodiment chaos, would use any means necessary to put others in front of itself.
If the Chained Oblivion is a god, then it would be wise to obtain a god on your own side, in opposition to a god himself, would it not?
It would. Fighting fire with fire is essentially what we're playing at here. It's not a bad strategy, that's for sure. I'm inclined to agree with this, honestly. And if it does work, I too honestly do wish to ascend to that.
Who just left?
Just look here.
Oh, John.
I'm sure he'll be back. Maybe it's a Wi-Fi outage. Who knows?
Anyways.
Oh dear.
To answer what you had just said, if you are to amass a following to achieve the state of archaic captain, then by all means. But know that this process the state in which I have achieved, has taken several centuries of my life, requiring me to extend my life to even achieve such a state. I understand that this request does not seems very one-sided. I am giving you 2 mortals for me to ascend to godhood. I understand that. And if my ascension is successful, then the necessity for vestiges becomes non-existent. So I am willing to increase my deal, my end of the bargain. I have my own assets at my own disposal, materialistic, mostly, if you so wish. It's a simple question of, what is it that you desire?
Well, I mean, in the event that we were to take this deal, we would probably want some insurance to try and make sure that things don't go completely pear-shaped.
Elaborate.
Well, if you die during this ritual, we completely lose, well, Viserys and Sutton for a start, but also, given what you've just said about killing the Chained Oblivion, we've also then lost hope for possibly Cerdonia itself if we all die.
The locations of your comrades will be rewarded as an upfront payment. You will be able to find them and have little resistance from my followers upon retrieving both of them. As
I
for
see.
an
It would be
insurance
the
that
future
you
of
all,
Cerdonia then.
as an insurance to assure that you all survive, I cannot provide such insurance, as I cannot even ensure that my own life is spared from whatever creature emerges. I am simply entrusting my life into your own skills of self-preservation.
Do you have any knowledge whatsoever on the creature?
Is it
No.
a different creature every time it's summoned, or is it the same from the vague descriptions?
From the vague descriptions,
Yes, is it always the same, or is it a different one based off the description?
I would be able to answer that if the information that they were able to, if the scribbles gave any sort of descriptors. But they do not. The scribbles merely speak of this entity, a single entity, both times, that clears the board. How
So
in
it
which it does
seems.
it, what this creature is still not known. But it will kill everything that bears witness.
The ritual, it'll
or
be
try
taking
to.
place. This ritual will take place in an isolated zone, then, right? To not incur collateral amongst your followers, I'd assume.
Correct.
Hi, Terry.
That is correct. My followers, unlike Mistra and Denier, know that the possibility of my death is possible, at least, and know that if they are to bear witness to me, they will die. So, only those that are assisting in this ritual, or assisting in protecting me from this ritual, will be present.
I mean, this is a reward enough to see someone actually attain godhood. It gives me hope.
Do we still have our psychic bond up?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
You had used it
I
last
will-
session, so.
I will psychically put out. Neutral death could mean all death.
He doesn't well, yeah, he won't discriminate on how death is. If it's true neutral, it won't matter if it's from old age, murder. It wouldn't matter. There's no discrimination on how he'll retrieve souls, given his domain.
I'm
Death
more
don't-
saying he could just kill everyone right away.
That would defy neutrality. He'd need reason.
Why wouldn't it?
You need reason to kill everyone.
That sounds like law.
Can I do an insight check on Vecna?
Even still,
He's in a zone of truth, so you know he can't lie. But
It'd be
if you want to,
whimsical.
sure.
Yeah, but okay, no, okay, yeah, sure. Why not? Let's see.
Is there anything specific
Well,
you're
I've
trying to
really-
insight from him?
A couple minutes ago, he was talking about the god, like being a god of death, and that's domain. I remember last session, or when you're recording,
Mhm.
I said something. I said, what was it? I'm sorry, I'm trying to think of what I said last time. I said, I'm so sorry. It was something along the lines of the Raven Queen might already have that
Oh,
corner. Or something.
uh,
I'm sorry, I forgot. About it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You were referencing like the Raven Queen and potentially how she's already ascended.
Yeah.
The Raven Queen is not a goddess. The Raven Queen is an Arvandorian trapped in the Shadowfell by your people. And it is this ritual in which they had concocted that I seek in Tradisum. Because the trapping of her in the Shadowfell was circumstantial. What was the purpose, I'm sure, was something greater. I theorize they were trying to siphon the energy from the Raven Queen to eventually harness for themselves before the Raven Queen sundered the ritual and all of Tradisum before she was cast into the Shadowfell.
So you're saying there's possibility for knowledge of either more information on the Raven Queen or the spell you're talking about.
Yes,
In
it is.
in the city.
It is this information that I possess and why I have come to Tradisum to complete this ritual. It is the last source of information that I require, the ritual itself that I possess in Tradisum.
What are we waiting for?
Looks about to the rest of the group.
I see no reason to wait. Seeing this will be a once-in-a-lifetime experience for everyone.
In my hometown, nevertheless. It's gonna be fun.
Are we just okay with this?
I mean,
No, that's like above table. No, we're not.
yeah, I mean, personally,
yeah,
if
this
he's
I'm so bullshitting
failed
now.
above table, he said
You need
he's
to clarify
trying to be
when
true
you're above
neutral.
board.
Yeah,
Yeah,
above board,
yeah.
he said
I should've
he
done that.
wants to be true neutral. Mind you, if he was neutral evil, he would have reason to just steal souls indiscriminate. Like, even worse, just kill just to get the souls. Being true neutral, he needs reasons to fully just forcibly take. He's just gonna take them where they come. That's
Claiming the lives of everybody would be evil in nature. He is
Yeah.
claiming to wish to be a neutral deity in which is basically it doesn't matter who dies, they die.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, as long as there's a revivify or a way to refund it, it's not
If
much of
DM
an
says
issue at the
so.
end of the day.
This can also just be information you just ask him. Because he's
in a zone of truth.
can't-
He willingly
can't
failed.
lie, so
It's not like he
Of
can't
course.
save. He can't just redo the save.
He can
willingly
talk around
failed.
questions though. We need to
I
be
mean, yeah, that's
careful
zone of
how
truth.
we hear his answers.
Well, yeah, that's what insight rolls are for, and I'm not good at them. I'm personally, and of course my character thinks this is a great idea because this ensures their own plans to rule over Virgil. So, to be a
It's
war god of
really-
Virgil.
It's really a sense of I can't think of a reason why someone who isn't like power hungry would want to become a god, but also he's not giving any indicators as to why he is.
Well, we know
I
he's
can't get a
insane.
read on him.
We know he's insane. He's been alive for 800
When did
years.
I say that?
No one can survive that.
He's been alive for 800 years, and he's trying to become a god. That's
He's trying
insane.
to be a
behavior.
god. He's crazy. He has one eye and a floating hand. Look at him. He's
Literally
crazy.
talking to people who are magical. We got like an 80-year-old crow in the party. We got a demon angels here. Like we got people who are honestly, no offense, crazy in their own individual ways. So seeing a guy with one arm who's basically a zombie is, kind of just a Thursday. So it's not all that bad of a deal.
Yeah, he just has deformities, physical deformities.
Exactly.
Yeah, are you guys being
I
ableist right
wasn't
now?
focusing on that. I wasn't focusing on
That's
that.
what He did to himself.
He's crazy. It's clearly because he has
Hey.
an eye and missing an eye and a hand. He's crazy.
Hey, if I knew prior that Dracula was turning people undeath or other than that, I got off lucky just being, me. But in the case scenario, I knew that prior. I think I still would have gotten bitten
He's a
either way.
fucking vampire.
Oh my
You
god.
think I care?
See, Dimitri, you're under the understanding that everybody in Cerdonia knows who Dracula is.
Yeah, exactly. Like
I'm not saying that, but if you're next to the guy and you look at him and he's got the fucking blood-stained teeth, you're like, huh, I wonder how he got that.
Yeah, that was all
I can say
circumstantial,
something
okay?
inappropriate right about now.
Of course you
Look-
could. Of course you could, Jerry.
Logan's just gonna
feel
pipe up an act. Oh, sorry.
part of it, just for me, is knowing that Brenham's not here and he was fully against this. So I'm trying to hold
Yeah.
that, but I have
Junji was also
no
against
way
it,
of doing it with what he said so far.
but Junji's not
Give me-
smart, so
Well,
Give
don't
me
we want to
something.
through, or not like all the way through? Or do we want?
Hey, this is a good prospect for some of us.
So-
This is
What
prospects.
do we want to do?
A lot of Erud's talking points of what's next. Like once
After
you
godhood.
okay, what do you plan to do as a god? And in this instant, in
Like, I don't
this
know.
conversation, he's like, I will rule as a true neutral god of death and be revered as the
He actually knows what he's doing.
progenitor of
knows.
new gods, and also to be the progenitor of new gods and be revered as the one that
And
slayed the void.
now- Yeah,
Would I know what the
I
Shadowfell
guess
is?
it's like-
usurper, the
I
usurper
don't know.
god.
Ishmael, to answer your question, no. You would not know what the Shadowfell is.
Great.
That's a question that
I would
is-
ask what that is. What's the,
The
Shadowfell?
Shadow.
Why was the Raven Queen trapped? What happened?
The
Please,
Shadowfell
Logan. Answer
Logan
these
will.
is the Shadowfell is a dimension very almost layered on top of the material plane that exists devoid of light. One of the few layers of this realm that exists. If I am suspect correctly, Lokir sees the world through the eyes of this raven and bears witness to everything that transpires through the Shadowfell. A layer of the material plane devoid of color and light, but almost an exact replica of the material plane. It is a layer of this material plane in which the Raven Queen was trapped. How in which she was trapped during this process, I am unsure. But it is information I would like to collect, as well as generalized information about the Raven Queen that I believe is somewhere in Tradisum. And probably the most obvious place, which is the central tower abandoned by the city of Tradisum in the center point of Tradisum. And you would know what he's talking
Would
about.
I know where that is?
Yeah, you would know what he's talking about. You know exactly what he's talking about. Because the Raven Queen is very much almost seen like the Christian god, but very much more if the only story about the Christian god was Noah's Ark. It's very much like she's the only god. She's like revered as a god, but a very malevolent god, a very punishing god. Mm-hmm. There's only one story in which there's frankly one story that seems legit, that almost is constantly seen as like this one, as like an homage to her power, in which the people of Tradisum had attempted to siphon her own power and were sundered by the Raven Queen. Almost the entire population of Tradisum was sundered. The city was destroyed, was practically destroyed. All that was left was the battered and broken central tower in which this ritual had taken place in, and it has been abandoned since that ritual had taken place. Whereas the rest of Tradisum moves on and continues to build and rehabilitate from that event. That is the only real story of the Raven Queen that everybody knows is real. There have been many other stories of the Raven Queen, obviously, but the one that is real, the one that they know is true, is that story. Because there are still bits of Tradisum that are almost marked by the Raven Queen from her destruction.
So you know why I didn't trust the Raven Queen immediately.
Yeah. Well, them.
That's why.
To that. Speaking to the rest of the group.
Yes.
Well,
That's why I
being
say,
all about
that's why I didn't trust him.
self-preservation, she's going to ask, if we die in this ritual, but you do succeed in becoming a god, will you bring us back to life? Provided our souls haven't been destroyed.
Whoa.
I can ensure this process, yes. In fact,
I can ensure this process.
I will offer one final reward for your endeavors. As the mage hand glides over to this cabinet, like on the other side of the tent, and grabs a scroll off of the table, and glides it over to Erud, kind of shaking it open as it unfurls in front of him. Erud then spends the next minute translating what is celestial writing, and in his own words, which I won't act out for Erud, he is shocked to find it is a true resurrection spell scroll. As he finishes reading this and confirms with the rest of the group that this is a spell scroll of true resurrection, a 9th level resurrection spell that doesn't even require the remnants of the person that had died to bring this person back. The scroll, the mage hand glides back over to Vecna, scroll, and drops it into his normal hand. As he holds it out in front of you, as he says, a true resurrection spell. A spell scroll, which I will give to you up front. A single-use spell scroll that you can use to save yourselves, save other people, one use. But if you help me and successfully allow me to ascend to a god of death, I will allow you to obtain the resources that are at my disposal to use this spell scroll again and again and again, saving yourselves, a father, a mother, families.
And this is the moment that
Nation,
Morgan is
cities,
sold.
cities, nations. This will not be against my own tenets, as Revivify and True Resurrection are life to death, but my tenets are against undeath. The slavery of souls tied to their own husks, bound to their souls as zombies or skeletons or other undead in nature. But this magic that I possess in my hand will still abide by my own tenets. And you will be able to use this as many times as you wish. All you need to do is help me. And he sets it on the table.
Junji's gonna
DM.
lean forward. I have a question for you. Does this spell have a time limit that you have to use on the dead person until it doesn't work?
No. The interesting small caveat of Revivify is that it requires a minute. It requires the body to have died within a minute. True Resurrection you can use at any point. Requires the smallest amount of the remains of this individual to be intact for this ritual. You do not require a body. You require a small fragment. And the material component and any other material components are at my disposal. I have copied this into my own spell book which will be of use to you when I ascend, and will be accessible to my own followers.
Can we just see Akamero's eyes light up at the mention of the word spellbook?
Probably.
Can I,
He probably has
Junji,
all the
roll-
fucking spells.
if I'm trying, I want to see if I'm still so used to calling him just the Golden Knight. Oh, can Junji roll? Would I have to roll art? Would it be
The Oath
Arcana
Warrior?
or Perception? I want to see if he's here.
No roll necessary. He's not.
Damn. Okay.
He hasn't been present since your last campfire story with him.
Okay.
I guess I'll ask Vecna. In order for the spell to work, do they have to be in the same dimension?
If you refer to the Raven Queen, she is not dead. The Raven Queen is trapped, and the True Resurrection spell would not work on a very still alive individual.
Alive.
The Shadowfell is not a domain of death. The Shadowfell is not a realm of death, unfortunately.
Imagine Arid's writing that down. Like, not domain of death.
I'm sure you
I
have
am wearing
much to
the
discuss.
tablet as fanny pack.
I'm sure you have much more to discuss amongst yourselves, and not in the presence of myself. My servants, my clerics, will have the utmost hospitality towards an encampment for you all. You will have the night, the rest of the day, in fact, to discuss amongst yourselves, free of my ears. But to know the next sunrise, I will begin my approach to Jerdisum with whatever assets I obtain. The choice is yours. Alep, and you see the spectator come back in as he says, escort these people to their tents for the night. And the spectator kind of just like looks at you all and kind of like bobs its entire body, gesturing to the door, to the curtain, as he kind of holds it open with his body. Sure, we no longer need this. And he like waves his wrist and the zone of truth is dispelled.
Yeah.
Man, he's so cool.
Thank you for being so forthcoming.
He's kind of cool.
Of course.
And thank you for the meal. It's so nice not having to cook.
He gives a small nod and a smile.
Yeah, I think he knows he's already won more.
Right?
Once we're alone, it just
Yeah,
it feels so.
Your encampment, I'll move Akamero to this encampment. Be here.
He's definitely won me over. That's for sure.
I'm just a little confused above table because I don't know what we're doing. I know we're going to fight. Are we going to help Vecna fully? I don't think we should, right?
He's
In
on the
character, I
level
think
with
this is
us.
a great idea for what I want in character. But the ramifications
Okay,
of
I mean-
this is Vecna. Yeah, I mean that's already iffy. It's Vecna. Blech.
Vecca.
But
Yeah.
Vecca.
sorry, I bit my tongue mid talk. So
Like, he's very clearly telling the truth about his intentions, but also his intentions are so contradictory to each other. He wants to be true neutral, but he's out here killing Lotoko people because they get in his way and kidnap 2 people that you guys knew.
I mean,
He did
imagine
do-
living for
racist.
800 years. It would do stuff that, I mean, his goals are so big. Killing a few people wouldn't matter technically to him, but we see it as awful because it's an awful act.
I mean, that's kind of the point, right?
if someone gets in your way,
determined neutral.
Yeah.
Well, not to mention did say he wants to destroy the Chain Oblivion, which already averts the Tiamat away from us. The issue I have is the aftermath that will follow if he wishes to ascend. Literally make the ritual public knowledge. I think that is a bit of a sour idea, but at the same time, those foolish enough to try to do it and fail. But those who, well,
Do you think
Okay.
the story won't get out?
So, do we fear Tiamat or a god version of Vecna more? That's the thing.
the Tiamat is a destroyer, and if it has a
Vecna
problem
wouldn't?
with Vecna is not a destroyer from what I can discern.
I can't
He
get a
seems-
reason.
I strongly disagree on that.
Well, he wants to destroy the Chain Oblivion, And beyond that, he's not here to enslave the mortal race. He wishes to ascend them, and is willing to give a choice.
I mean, I'm down. I kind of want to fight this thing. Like, this just is my own. I want to fight this monster. Kind of.
I mean,
I
I would
do.
love to fight that monster
just
as well.
leaves a bad taste in my
Me
mouth.
too.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I mean,
I
you
want to
probably
fight
set
you.
up a good fight, Iris. Probably
I mean,
did.
this creature,
Yeah.
we don't know what we're fighting, and if it's a trial by fire, safeguard to godhood, we don't know what we're getting into. We don't know if it's resemblance of a humanoid or some sort of beast or something completely foreign and abstract. We just don't know. That is a risk. But to become a god, who would ignore such a prospect? I wouldn't. If such a recipe exists, then who would I be to ignore it?
Why wouldn't you? Why? I can't imagine why someone would want to become a god.
There's many reasons to become a higher power. And I too would have my own reasons to become.
I have no reason not to trust him.
Other than the fact that he tried to kill us, he abducted our friends, and he's currently massacring a bunch of people. I mean, I think those are three decent reasons not to trust him, you know?
He tried to kill us
Indirectly,
indirectly. When?
probably, at some point.
He wouldn't have offered it
Okay,
to
so
us
we
if
have
he
two
saw
reasons.
weakness. He wouldn't offer us
kinda
to
wanna
help protect
See
him.
what Vecna says about the ruins, because I'm very curious about that. I want to know more about the Raven Queen. I'm sure other people want to know about the Raven Queen. But like,
I
I think Splint really doesn't care what happens to the Raven Queen. She could live or die. But I think that he's been through so much with her. He just needs to know more information. I would love that.
If Vecna
But I
does
think that's
become
it.
a threat to all of Cerdonia as a god, then you only need to fight a god with another god. And he's showing us this ritual, which means we have an in.
No, that's another problem. That's not a benefit. He wants to release the information of how to become a god to everyone. That's not a good thing. It might seem like a good thing. to
It's
someone
not.
else.
I agree with that. Although it does cut the wheat from the chaff. I mean, we won't really know about this trial by fire, fighting this guardian. But it's going to be a hell of a
Guardian.
fight.
Is there gonna be no one to protect the doors to godhood?
I'm sure there has
Anyone
to
could
be
do it?
more than one.
We don't know.
You'd
Yeah,
have to.
I mean,
It just comes back every time.
It probably
It's true
you
does.
think so?
resurrection.
we might.
I think it's a true resurrection.
Like most of the people,
Might be a
like,
cycle
in
or something.
general, should not become gods.
The arch captains right now, they won't even stand a chance. Imagine having that power fighting against the current powers right now. They'd be nothing more than stepping stones. You could clear the board
Yeah.
with that kind of power. No one would stand your way. No one to oppose you. You could literally rain peace on an entire country with just a flick and a
Don't say
wave
raining
of your
peace.
hand.
It just
Yeah,
feels
I'm
like
pretty sure the
Arya
majority-
is
so
on the
easy
bit of
for
a
you
power
to say the
trip.
opposite
I'm
of like even I'm over here like you I was expecting you to say carnage instead of peace and it would have made so much it would have made as much sense.
You know, peace is determined by the person's POV. My piece may look like an iron
That's
fist
wild.
or a bit different,
It's wild.
but I can ensure peace in my country if I am ruler.
I'm going to turn off
and a
my
god.
tablet right now. I'm done.
That was above board. because Arya's smart enough not to tell you I'm gonna rule with an iron
it was.
fist.
Family comprehend languages.
No.
What is the fucking
Does
chance?
it understands everything.
Oh shit. Okay.
It is, and this is. Yes, perfect. That's exactly what it says.
Arya said. Arya was just saying that you could literally ensure peace in a country by being a god or further.
Ishmael, I completely forgot that your tablet of tongues just comprehends all languages,
Everything,
including it would be deep speech. So after about like maybe 2 to 3 minutes of listening to this song, which is by the way on loop, intentionally, this is the lyrics.
Whoa. Can I read them out loud? Oh, it's a lot.
You can. You can if you want to.
It says, I think I'll start like saying it slowly. It's like
you're like singing it alongside this voice.
Yeah.
You're like singing it alongside the music.
Performance?
Where art thou hiding, my sweet child, my sweet child? Why dost thou tremble, my sweet child? I am here. Sleep deeply and free, mother is searching for you. Listen and follow into oblivion. Now in the darkness, my sweet child, my sweet child. Now take my hand, my sweet child, as I starve. Sleep deeply and free, mother is searching for you. Listen and follow into oblivion. Open not thy eyes, for mother watches you. Listen and follow me into infinity. And that's just going over and over. It's getting annoying. And I turn off the tablet.
Well, that's horrifying. Yeah. Well, that was horrifying. And yet profound.
Profound.
Yeah, profound. Walk through infinity. That's profound. That's profound. What do you mean?
It's clear that he doesn't work with the Chain of Oblivion or anything like that. But the whole reason we have these Arvandorians that have lost their radiance is because the Chain of Oblivion has promised them godhood.
And they have failed to be giving that. They fail to give such things. They want slaves. They want lapdogs.
He wants the same thing as our enemies want. Why are we...
I mean, did it offer godhood to them, or did it just offer them power?
The Chain of Oblivion offers godhood. You aren't granted godhood, you're just turned into a slave. What Vecna offers is a solution, but also a high risk. To share that across the world, one is chaotic, a ritual to turn any man, woman, child, thing into a god. I think
it
should
does
be
require
released
a
amongst
certain
them.
power level.
I should clarify the
restrictions.
I should clarify the restrictions on completing this ritual are that you are an archaic captain. You have to assemble this. The limitations of being an archaic captain are essentially you need to have a massive following of like 10,000 people. And to be able to
money, like archaic captain.
No, she's an archdruid, and her druid coven is not that big. But there are there's still a lot of archaic captains all throughout Cerdonia, good and bad. The Southern Court are archaic captains. You've met Joaquin, the Mistress of Coin, who is an archaic captain. The Olympians were disguising themselves as archaic captains before they were just revealed to be not that. They were just Arvandorians, only loosely benefited by their worship, by almost the kind of worship of being an archaic captain by the people of Ilios. But Vecna, along with all the other archaic captains, amassed a following of 10,000 worshippers who are now their clerics and warlocks and paladins. It's not like some random fucker on the street can ascend to godhood and just be like, I'm king of the rats. It's just like you have to be
of course the rat king could be a deity. What do you mean?
Because
The-
he did specifically say the best of humanity. He didn't say like the rest. That's why Morgan said, "What about the rest of humanity? Are you going to leave them alone?" And he did say yes.
Yeah. Which
But what of the
means, yeah,
rest?
there's obviously going to be a power gap, and we don't know what that power gap is until we fight this guardian who's blocking godhood. Because
Yeah,
that
he's
will give us
basically
a
trying
good
to
idea.
start a new pantheon.
Honestly,
I mean,
worst case
that also-
scenario is we win, and people know that it doesn't take a whole lot to be able to become a god.
And
Well, it takes a massive following of 10,000 people. How will you convince 10,000 people?
It took him centuries. He needed to extend his life. It's not something just anyone can do. Like, it takes centuries to get to that point, he said.
I was
I'm
already
more
there, but it
saying
was taken, unfortunately, thanks
the
to the
rest of these
vestige.
archaic captains, the people that not always the best of acquaintances, the only thing standing in their way is not knowing how to do it.
That is true. However, with the new pantheon means new gods, which means resetting balance and order, and sure, maybe new gods will fight amongst each other, the new and old arch-captains. It wouldn't exactly matter. What matters is who will be taking the pantheon at that point,
We'll
and what will
lose.
become of a new pantheon.
What of the crossfire? The collateral damage? You think all that just happens outside of our view? No,
It
we're
could
gonna
very
be thrown
well.
into it.
I mean, doesn't
mean-
this happen with actual gods in D&D anyway?
They could
Like
be
Shah and
fighting.
Selûne, the big example, but, you know, they're literally... They fight a proxy war anyway. That's just how gods are.
Arch-captains
Yeah,
fight
and we're
wars. And this will
fortunate
be on a
enough
greater
not to
scale.
deal with that in this world.
Yeah, thanks to the chain oblivion, it wrecked everything. Threw everything out of balance.
It's either the chain oblivion isn't that powerful and there's something else going on, or the chain oblivion is that powerful and this wouldn't matter to us next to at all.
I think it matters to me.
And that's why I can't really take your account.
Well, neither you or I have a massive 10,000 followers. Therefore,
And
it
only
is
one of us
unreachable
wants
to
it.
us.
Yeah.
Yes.
A cameo and
Okay.
Argus cannot be taken into account here. Like, both
Are we gonna
are
follow
very-
Vecna into the city?
So
At
you want
least
to
or are
my
we not
brother
gonna do it?
wants to
That I
spread magic
understand.
across the world.
No.
He wants to
but
do
we
something
don't
with
need
that.
Vecna to walk into the city. We don't need him.
That's
He's
what they're
not
gonna do.
required.
No, but that's what's happening.
We're
Either
gonna be
without us
walking-
or with us. Right, Iris?
He needs people
he's going to be
protect
walking
him
to
for
the city.
ritual.
He's going to be taking that. So either we get there before him, or we say that we're going along with it.
For the time
I
being.
mean, if he ascends
Right?
to godhood, that's still one problem at a time. Like the aftermath, I am very concerned about, but there are still prospects to be held in the now.
Do you
I mean,
think
really, I don't think
this
it's
is above
Vecna that's
chaos?
going to be the problem. I think it's going to be whichever archaic captains come after him that might be a
I-
problem.
And which
I
ones
He's
agree.
obtain
already said
power.
he's got no ill will towards the people of Cerdonia, so
Yeah.
I'm not concerned about his
Vecna's
intentions
fine.
so much as everyone else.
But
And he's probably
very
going to release
clear-
that information after the fact that Chain Oblivion is gone. There's no reason for him to do it in the middle of the aftermath. In the middle.
I guess
Okay, but like, what does that change? So who cares if it comes after or before? What is it? Our job then to stop the rest of the arcade companies because we technically release this information out?
it'd sure feel like it.
You would have to
Exactly.
drip feed it.
But
I
that's
mean-
not going to happen though, is it?
If he releases this all at once, it'd be a foolish mistake. If he drip feeds it selectively, then at least
He's
you
not
ensure
gonna
who's
drip
going to
feed
be
it
on the early
selectively.
sim.
His whole thing is neutrality.
Was Hera a god? This is just a
Hera,
quick question.
no.
Was Hera a god?
No, she was just out
Hera was not a
Valkyria.
god, and she was so fucking hard to kill.
Yeah, and look where she is
Right?
now. As I play through the
Well,
camera.
what happened? There's no more city.
Yeah, the collateral. I'm definitely not.
We
Imagine
could bring
that
the city
accepted
back.
our planet.
Imagine
Yeah,
being
I mean-
a god, though. You can literally create life out of nothing.
You know what? You can be
Entire
a
dead
god. It's
civilization.
okay. I think we can
hey.
help you become a god later.
If you want to go and find out how to be a god, go for it. I don't think we should
That's
let that
kinda
information
cool.
out now.
There are other ways to do it.
A few
other than
centuries down the line, do whatever you want. I'm not going to be there. I don't think you should, but it's. I mean, this is still like a spell, so people are going to be able to find it. It's going to be a problem forever. I just don't think we should make it a problem now.
So are we agreeing we should stop Vecna, but not right now?
Morgan's 100% on board with Vecna. She's like, no, I can bring my
Definitely.
family back. I can fix everything now. Everything will be fine. This is
I
the
can- I
solution.
I pull a gun on her.
Yeah. I.
No,
I mean,
you
I
do
can-
not put a gun to her fucking
I
Morgan's
pull a gun on
forehead.
her.
For one, you can't even reach that high to put a gun to her forehead. Two,
To her knee.
no, we're not doing PvP. We're not doing PvP about this debate.
I don't want to bring my father back to a world that is ran by
Is destroyed.
anyone.
I can, if I was a god, I can assure the safety of my country. There'd be no harm upon them.
Why would you stop at a country if you're a god?
Sure, but
Why would you
not
stop
the
on
one
this
that's going
world?
to become a
I
god.
wouldn't
Yes.
want what happened to
Why are we
Ilias to
still
happen to my
arguing
country.
with her? She's
I don't
clearly
know.
on a power craze right now. There's no talking this.
I could be God.
I'm gonna walk out the tent. I'm walking out of the tent. I'm out.
I also thought you turned off your translator like 5 minutes ago. But
I
sure.
don't know. I don't know what I'm doing with that. I don't know. Truthfully, I don't know what to do with that.
Protect your family so much more effectively.
I'm not saying it's not alluring. I'm saying I think the consequences outweigh the reward.
Gingy's gonna agree with him. I think that's something that has died, whether we want it to or not, happened. It's fate, and we should leave it at that. I don't think we should tempt, test, or tamper with powers that are above us, like death. And I think Vecna trying to take that power into his hands might corrupt him very fast. And then when
Well,
he's a
who's
god,
ruling it now? Who's controlling death right now?
No.
As far as I see, no one is. There is
And I
no
think we should
fate.
keep it
Destiny
that
is
way.
written in our
Neutrality?
hands right now. No one is
And shouldn't
controlling this. No one is. I haven't
And I
seen
think we
a
should-
god.
Can I go find Vecna?
Sure.
Meat Rider.
Why don't we
This is a joke.
continue with to a closing point on this conversation, and then we'll get to you, Splint.
Can I check my compass real quick? See if
Sure.
it's still working.
It is definitely,
There are any
in
magnets
fact,
around?
it is definitely changed. It to about probably. Let me put like a. You something like this.
Okay, so it's still working then. We don't
Mhm.
really need him. Okay. Yeah, but we wouldn't be able to find the stairs that way because he isn't connected to the Raven Queen.
I got my way.
Fucking run around the world.
Yeah, the world will just end in the background.
You know,
I mean, the world's
eventually.
gonna end if we don't take this route. I don't see any other way. You have better ideas here?
We've had so many ideas.
Then do they ensure victory?
I should also clarify.
Does this?
He is
This
not
is
giving
better
you
than
an
most.
He's not just giving. He is giving you an ultimatum of yes or no. So given this, you have three options. You can help him. You can leave and just let him try to do this on his own. Or you could try to kill him before the ritual.
Or at the ritual.
It's up to you. Or after.
I mean, if we
Did you say after?
after we're not trying to kill some John.
Is that
The
everything?
ritual is happening. He's a little
During the
disposed.
ritual?
He
Okay.
probably still casts spells,
While
but
the
nothing
cre-
with concentration.
While a whole other entity is summoned to help to do exactly that, you're helping the entity specifically meant to do that.
I mean,
And,
we
like-
don't know that that entity is bad, right? It might be.
Worst case scenario, we have to fight the entity. Best case scenario, befriend the entity. Just saying.
Better case scenario, we fuck it.
I think you have a friend
Jerry. I
I
don't
should've
even
been
want to
part
ask about
at this point.
Vecna's bitchiology.
Why would that be the better option? You don't even know what this thing is.
I mean, this is our
It's-
best
well,
chance
you
to
know-
fight the Chain
Also,
Oblivion.
One
a
would
higher
assume
power
we defend it
versus
first,
death.
you know?
God,
We
with my
have
I-
to
I'm
to
hard at
fight
heart.
the Chained Oblivion.
I
I
mean,
can't
If
believe
we
you
tried
said
to
that,
kill
Jerry. With
Vecna,
my knowledge of what this thing is, I can't believe you said that.
Well, unfortunately,
That's
everything that
wild.
you put in this game is hot, so...
I've not
No.
This is
seen.
true.
We
This
Well,
is
I
use
mean,
the
true.
time
hecatometers.
Yours makes every
NPCs.
character hot, so why wouldn't I
I'm
want to fuck
sorry.
it?
I'm sorry. That Dimitri just implied that the hecatoncres was attractive, and I
It
like to
was
talk.
at least 50% attractive.
50.
I don't think. I think that was the only ugly thing. Like,
How
it's
many
not an
attractive
arch-captain, it's a-
people... Like, it would be out
I
of,
don't know,
like, 10
guys.
times how
It's
many
like
people are in there.
80-20.
And then,
It's like
Uh,
you know...
80-20.
Dimitri
That's
found
a
the
bit-
purple worm attractive. Dimitri has found Scylla Scylla
Well, if you think
and
about it, the
and
purple worm is just
Charybdis
a bad dragon
attractive.
dildo.
Okay. Okay. That's one way to think of it.
and,
Oh,
and get the fuck.
Just spray you with insecticide for saying that. What's wrong with you?
This is the hill I'm gonna die on tonight.
What are we dying on?
Yeah, let's just bring a god. Let's make a newborn god.
That
It's
sounds like
fine.
a horrible idea.
Look,
There's
look.
no
You have a better idea. You have a
We
better
have
idea.
a better
than-
idea.
We do not need Vecna to find Saturn. We do not need Vecna to find the Vestige, and we need the Vestige to kill the Saint Oblivion, which means that
Yeah.
we don't.
That's
need
upfront
Vecna.
payment. Yeah.
We know how
No, no,
this
no. We
ends.
do not need him. I can find Saturn on my own. I do not need him to tell me what it is.
But also,
But what
Sun is
about
still
Viserys?
imprisoned by Vecna and his followers. So you'd
The
essentially
I
be.
Trojan
mean,
were
yeah,
made
we
to
can
destroy.
fight him then.
The Trojan were made to destroy the Chain Oblivion. However, I don't even think they were tested to destroy it. We don't even know if they'll truly work. They're one of the best chances of fighting it. Heck, you get that alongside a new god of death, then it's an assured victory at that point.
Okay, this has been going on for a while. How about we just fucking vote?
Okay.
I put it in the chat as well, just in case there are people that are spectating. Because I've seen Spencer come online a couple times.
All right. Let's put it a vote.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what am I looking for?
Do we want to put it into chat or?
Probably the in-game
Probably
chat,
in the
yeah.
Discord chat, like as a poll.
Discord.
Okay. How do you put a poll in? There we
I
go.
place my own answer.
Oh,
So the DM has its own answer.
Here, I'll make the poll real quick.
I'm making it.
No. Anyways.
We'll see who's fast.
I'm making it.
You put it in the general chat and like groups 2 and 5 also answer.
Oh no! Don't give
I mean, it
them
would be
the.
fair, right?
Without any context, hey guys, should we ascend Vecna to a god? And they're just like, what? And they're just like, what?
Help? No help.
We're
Pretend to
at
help.
war with orcs and demons. What the fuck are you talking about?
I mean,
Help.
jeez. I
No
kind of want
help,
to vote
pretend
for
to help.
two.
Oh
I mean,
god,
I voted
so
for
far,
two.
we are at a 50-50.
I mean,
And then there's just there's one vote for, oh god, it's
Pretend to help.
split right.
pretend to help is not a bad choice though either. I mean, I'd vote for that too if I'm being honest. As long as we have the recipe, it doesn't really matter.
That is why I put multiple.
Yeah. Well,
Because I
kinda
put
wanna
no
vote
help
for
and
two.
pretend to help. I'm down to do the ritual as long as we don't allow him to ascend to godhood.
I mean, even me, yeah. Frick.
Oh,
What the heck? Why not? I mean, I'm on a fence, bruh.
okay. I would probably, just for the sake of it, I'd probably remove the multiple choice feature from this question, just because I don't know. But it's up to you. But
I'm down to help, or I'm down to pretend to help or not help. That's basically why I put down to two.
I want to pretend to help. I think it would just give us more knowledge.
see, Spencer voted.
I mean, knowledge is power. Yeah.
Oh, Spencer found it. I think Brenham was pretty hardcore on no help. It could change if he sees this and decides, oh, I actually like Vecna's way of doing it.
Yep. I'm just locking in. Yeah.
Oh my
I'm
god,
helping.
it's
It's
just
my
a
character.
3 vote.
Guys,
It's
we
just a
have
30.
to. We have to lock it.
It's just 3.
I'm
3,
locking
3.
it in. Okay. That's locked in. This is what Arya would do. So, I
Oh
understand
my
all your
God,
guys'
it's
point.
a-
This is what Arya would
It's
do.
a 3-way tie.
Same.
That means, yeah.
Okay,
No,
we're still at
Eric
three.
would definitely not, you know?
Where we go?
Aries
see.
definitely wouldn't.
I think
He's
the
been
new
pretty-
information would push him further on no helping. Like the
Really?
the knowledge being out there. I think it would push.
That's
him further
fair.
into-
I could see. Well, yeah, no, I agree.
Oh, I see it.
Okay.
He would find it too dangerous. I think.
Okay, the thing keeps changing. Do we want to set a timer just like in 2 minutes if this is what the final is, or is this?
I mean,
the
that seems
final?
like a good idea. Yeah.
Here, I'll delete. Here, are you able to edit the poll yourself?
Maybe
Because I don't think you're able to once you make it. Yeah, let me try another
I can
one.
end it.
Fuck it, just make a poll
I mean, it's
and
not moving now.
pass it on your stream.
Yes.
I mean, not everyone's here either, so it makes it difficult.
No.
Spencer voted.
But we know what the people that are in here would vote. Like we know Spencer would vote
Help.
yes, and we know Eric would vote.
Oh, he did vote yes.
Spencer voted, and
Okay, so the closest I
Aaron
can
is
get.
gonna vote no.
Let me. So I'm going
think
to
we
disable a multiple. If you guys want.
Yeah.
So
It's locked in.
it looks like it's
I think we
4.
all logged in.
It looks like it's 4
Multiple
answers,
choice is
no
still
help.
on there.
Okay, so I
But the
think
multiple
with
choice
that.
answers are still there.
So with
Why
that,
people do
I'll ask John. Ask John and Dimitri. Would you prefer more to not help, or would you prefer to pretend to help, reaping the benefits of everything he offers up front, and then just letting him die?
It'd be helpful to find Viserys, and I mean, if he has other things at his disposal that are probably stronger than us. If we let him live, he's just gonna become a god anyways, right?
And we also have to kill him anyway to get Saturn and Viserys out at some point.
So we pretend to help?
Okay.
Yeah, I guess.
Which means that your votes for no help are void.
Oh, is
Which
that
would
how
mean-
that works?
Well, that's what I was asking. I was trying to get everyone to confirm one answer over the other.
Look, if changing the vote goes to helping, then I'm gonna stay. You know, I would prefer
Yeah.
to not
Regardless,
to not help them. To
no
not
help.
kill them.
Well, yeah. So
no matter what, no.
Yeah.
well, now it's
I
a
think
fucking.
I think that's what we. Yeah, because you just removed our votes.
No, it's a
and stuff.
three-way tie. I didn't remove any votes.
No, it's.
Oh, did something change?
Something I have been.
Somebody took off their no help vote. Because now
You
there's
can
only
do that?
four. There's only three. Yeah, you can.
I mean, yeah,
alter
you
your,
could do that.
You
I
can alter
see
your
it.
decision.
What are we
Oh,
doing?
yeah, I
here?
see the button.
We already knew where it's at. We closed it.
Yeah.
Now it's
People
a three-way
don't-
tie. What? We
It
ain't
is
getting
now
fucking
between-
anywhere.
It is now between pretending to help or just walking out. Do we think we can take him on?
I mean, if it separates him and his followers, statistically speaking, I think we could beat him without his followers in the room. We have the modifiers, we have the strength, we have the spell slots, I think, but
Yeah,
But
and
don't
he's-
think we
does
could.
have contingency plans, and we have to deal with the beast.
yeah. That is the only
Which
problem. If we
I
kill
think
him
are
before
probably gonna
that,
be
we
stronger
lose
than
the
his
knowledge.
I think they're definitely stronger than his cultists. He definitely said that. That's why he needs us.
That's why he needs us.
Yeah,
Right.
like because Hera wasn't a real archaic captain. At least that was my
Maybe-
understanding of it. She's not as strong as a real archaic captain, unless I've heard.
I should clarify. She wasn't classified as an archaic captain because she was able to feign being an archaic captain without actually being an archaic captain. She seemed powerful enough to be an archaic captain,
To pass.
even though
as one.
she kind of mimicked those abilities by just being an Arvandorian.
A corrupt one.
Maybe
no less.
instead of letting the ritual start, once we get what we want, which he said we'll get beforehand, then we attack.
We still lose the process of how he's performing this.
It'd be in his.
We will get his
spell
spellbook, right? Yeah. It's in the spellbook, I think.
We don't know if that will disappear if he dies, though. We don't know if he has
And we have to
contingencies.
do
Look,
the cost
look,
every
look.
time.
If
I
he
think
found
that-
the
Do we know-
knowledge, then you can find the
Yeah.
knowledge. Like, the knowledge
He
is
had,
out
s- he had centuries to do that.
there. Yeah, but you don't have.
You're
the
gonna
knowledge
need
800, yeah.
to do it.
so-
Yeah, we don't have centuries. The world's ending in 2 weeks.
But we don't have
We
the
keep
followers
saying
either,
that like
so-
that's something we know.
I mean, we know the date that D-Day is coming. We don't know when. It could be right now. Could be tomorrow. We just
Meta.
know the end times are coming.
Yeah, we just know we don't have centuries.
Exactly. I would have had centuries had I remained a Dampier, but I
We
don't have
the
that.
followers either, so like.
I
Did we
could have
vote?
taken my time.
I thought we voted.
We did.
Yes, it's unknown. Okay.
It's voted a three-way tie.
What do you
No,
need
it
to
was
do with,
already
the
done.
discussion?
I should have closed it.
I mean, we haven't included Erud's vote in the three-way tie, so it would be no help anyway.
There would be no help.
But just Morgan hates it.
I do too, honestly. Not having that knowledge, because we already don't have a pantheon in this world. That throws the world out of balance to begin with.
Yeah,
It's
Morgan
more of a
doesn't give a
rebalance,
shit
yeah.
about any of this god stuff. She's like, no, I just want my family back, you. But literally, the whole reason she got into this lifestyle, her family died.
Yeah, now you have
Oh,
a
yeah.
way to bring them
If
back.
it eases it,
I can just,
and I guess
I can fix
I'm not-
everything.
I'm not the only one that can give this up. I'm sure we've all lost people. But
Definitely.
if we get that scroll, I will allow you use the one slot.
to bring back one member of your entire family, so you have to choose who you like the best of your entire family. That's such a gift.
If we complete it, though, it's infinite uses of that scroll.
We're not
Exactly,
gonna-
that's Morgan's thinking. Because she's like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, we can bring back the Rosmoans, we can bring back Ithaca, we can fix everything. It'll be good.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's
But
Morgan's.
it is honestly a
thought.
huge
He's like,
payout for doing
we
this.
can do so.
It's the
She's like, we can
aftermath.
do so much good.
That's what I see.
Like maybe we could like persuade Vecna to hold off on releasing the information until Ari is strong enough to become a god.
That wouldn't be very.
He didn't
neutral.
say. He didn't say he was going to release the information straight away.
He didn't say that, but he didn't confirm nor deny that. So we'd have to ask him honestly. I feel like that is very important. He's neutral, which means he might just take his time.
He wants.
And he
to.
also might
Yeah.
be inclined to give preferential treatment to the people that helped him.
That's not
Exactly.
neutral.
I mean, we could tell this guy is a man of his word.
And he's
Right
already
now.
giving us a lot more than, neutrality would.
Exactly. I mean, what have the Ephoridians done for us, those way down there? They haven't done much other than give us war machines. Otherwise, they're kind of... This is like the nicest guy we've met so far. No, hey, guy.
They haven't
And he's
given us
back now.
anything
They
except
haven't
for the
given us
things
much
that
except
help
for
us
fucking
win.
war machines.
That don't really count as friendship. That's just an arsenal, okay? There's
Give
an
you an
arsenal.
army. That's literally what.
And one of the most trusted, people to accompany us, they haven't
Yeah.
really given us anything if you think about it.
Yeah, they're
I mean,
so
they-
xenophobic.
They're
They basically
racist,
gave us
but they
a
gave you an
bargaining chip.
army.
Yeah, that still doesn't really cover it. They were more covering themselves at the end of the day still. They just want to get one brow out of the way. Do you think they helped us out of the kindness of their heart? No.
I should
It's
clarify. Anthony, you were specifically not here for this. Corellin gave you all the vestige and the tall neck for vague purposes, but it seemed as though he's trying to go in a separate direction from the isolationism and the racism that the rest of the court has been doing for the last several hundred years.
Well, that's good then. Progress, finally.
I mean,
He's like the
Corellon is
only
like-
chill dude.
Yeah.
Everyone else has
Not
kind of
really
just
good.
got a rot up there, you know. Well, at least we had progress with Corellin then. So that's a plus.
Yeah, should we
Nine.
just give the godhood ritual to Corellin? Like, he's a nice dude, I'm sure it'll be fine.
I'm sure you'll just end up chaotic good. I'm sure.
No, just give me the true resurrection scroll.
Honestly, we
Like,
just need
Morgan's
to
just
ask.
like,
I think.
I'll make anybody a god, just give me my life.
Heck. I think we just need to talk to Vecna about the release date of said. Hey, when are you gonna release the recipe to the public about becoming a god?
I think any time is bad time.
No time like as long as it's not the present or straight after the fact the Chain of Oblivion is dead. Like has to be sometime after recovery, like months after, or years.
I
Like,
think
chances are,
specifically,
even if he
Vecna-
didn't make it public knowledge, I think that an archaic captain that really wants to become a god, they probably, if they have the same determination as Vecna, they're gonna find it no matter what anyway.
Yeah,
I'd rather them do it that way.
I mean, we
I
could
think
talk to him
Vecna
about
is-
this.
I think Vecna specifically is scary because he plans on giving it out freely.
Well, yeah, not to mention he's after the Death Domain too, not even the Arcane Domain. He's after the Death Domain, which is concerning, but at the same time, he does seem like someone we could persuade.
I mean, Death Domain doesn't mean slaughtering indiscriminately, it just means collecting souls when they die. A
Yeah.
large population size is actually better for a god of death. Because
I'm
Yeah,
not too worried about.
but he's also sitting idly by as well.
Domain is
Ah,
fine.
That's
No-
concerning.
What did you say? No domain is fine? Is that what I heard?
No, I said I'm not too concerned about the domain. He seems pretty chill with that. I'm more worried about the consequences of his actions because he's not going to receive them. He's a god.
Yeah. Well, he's probably
We're
going to
gonna
receive some
receive them.
sort. We'll see. I mean, I feel like we should just ask him, though.
No, we won't.
We should be asking this man.
No, we won't see. Actually, I think we put it to a vote, and we decided that we weren't going to see.
Can I insight check my book?
Sure. Go ahead and make an insight.
I mean, I personally think we should discuss it more with Vecna.
Fuck, I needed you to be high.
Okay. On a 14,
Poop.
you had
what I think it is, basically.
What do you think it is?
That's who's done it before.
So you call upon the Raven Queen to ask about this ritual. And on the pages of your book, you see bleeding into the papers this ink mural of the Raven Queen kind of present above this tower. Inside this tower, figures, humanoid and vague, dance around this spell circle on the ground at their feet. The Raven Queen's form is almost funneled to a point just above this spell circle as these figures seem to be in this dynamic pose of either performing this ritual, but it almost just seems like a dance. The tower is surrounded by lightning that seems to riddle the ground around the tower. You can kind of guess, because I believe Vecna kind of word for word described what happened. Or rather, Ishmael, I don't know if Ishmael had described the story that he remembers that I had just described during the meeting.
Yes, I did say out loud for everyone.
You get the understanding that
you would have known, yeah.
You get the understanding that story is being portrayed on the pages of your book right now.
I wasn't there for this story, but I'm gonna assume that it's divided and
It is of Ishmael. Splint had described the event as the people of Tradisum trying to siphon power from the Raven Queen, who they believe is a god. And the Raven Queen retaliated by sundering their entire city. Though there's nothing that describes her being imprisoned in any matter. It simply seems to be a lasting reminder to Tradisum of not to fuck with the Raven Queen.
okay.
Anyways, so
All right.
have we
So
come
we
to
get what we want, and we kill him right before the ritual. We all good?
No.
We-
I want to kill him.
I thought the vote was straight up no help.
I'm not in the room, but I agree with
It was
you.
already no help, but it was between because. Okay, we'll do.
So
it
his
just feels
upfront
really
his
shitty,
upfront
like we're
rewards that he,
supposed to be the good guys.
his upfront
Do we do another
reward
vote?
is his upfront reward is the locations of Sutton and Viserys and the safe retrieval of them, as in if everything goes swimmingly or not swimmingly, if you help in general, the clerics will help him, will allow you to just willingly take Sutton and Viserys once you find their locations. He's also willing to give you a one-use True Resurrection spell right off the bat. Those are his 3 rewards: Sudden, Viserys, and the True Resurrection spell up front. He's offering more after after he's successful in his transformation. But these are the three rewards you will receive just by accepting the quest and proceeding to follow him to Tradisum to help with this process. Dimitri has posted another vote poll to decide whether or not to just walk away and let him complete the ritual on his own, or to kill him. Was it before anything happens? Like, kill him in the camp here, or wait until
I think our idea was to kill him once we were getting ready for the ritual.
Once the ritual, before the ritual has started entirely, or before, like, or when this creature joins the fight, is summoned to attack.
I think it was before it was summoned, before he starts the ritual, but like we're about to do the ritual.
We'd have to lock him down for that. And
we'll be in an area.
We don't know if he could teleport back.
I got counterspell.
Probably.
I don't think locking him down is out
money, right? We can.
Gunji also has a move.
We have enough money.
Block people pretty easily. I grapple them.
Money's
Can
not
I buy Force
issue.
Cage?
I don't know.
I have enough money for that, right?
To buy.
Yeah,
Force
I don't know.
Cage.
We have time.
I doubt
perfect.
time to buy it. I doubt
if you have,
I mean, I would have bought a couple golds since time stop wasn't available.
Yeah, the only time you'd be able to actually buy physical spell scrolls and keep a hold of them was in Enfarina, and the cost for those were 200 gold per level.
Yeah,
astronomical.
So I have some spells. I just haven't checked which spells I've gotten. I will DM our DM to confirm. Yeah. I think it's a good idea to kill Vecna either just before the ritual or, well, I guess we'll see. Whatever everyone feels comfortable with at the time.
How personally feel comfortable at all.
Yeah, like Morgan will just, like, if the group's not going along with it, she'll just like walk away, but she's refusing point blank to be like, you know, because we're gonna get a reputation for killing people that are like offering us deals.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want a reputation as a backstabber. That would probably be bad for the whole ambassador thing that the syndicate has me doing.
Is everyone part of a group? Different groups?
She's part of the syndicate.
I have no idea. I have genuinely no idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like my whole job is to be like the diplomat.
Camaro and I are freelance,
like,
technically, right now.
Being an untrustworthy snake that stabs people in the back when they're like offering me shit is like probably not a good look.
That's understandable.
I mean,
Like,
we're being offered.
I get where you're coming
How
from,
could I
but from
kill
Morgan's
someone?
perspective, it just is not worth it.
Yeah, but that person has abducted your friend, though.
That is true, but he's offering us a
my friend back.
Yeah, and
if we
not a
focus
very
on
high
that,
cost,
making
honestly.
him
Not a
a
good
god.
deal. Just so we're clear, stealing something from you and then being like, "Hey, give me $20 and I'll give you back," is not a good deal.
I mean, in fairness, he didn't like kidnap Viserys from under our nose. Like Viserys flew off, didn't he?
Yeah.
He
No, he
Basically did.
vanished.
He
But
got
he
himself
caught him in
kidnapped.
prison, though,
Yeah,
so
Like
he
if
got
he ended up,
himself.
like if he attacked the cultist in a fit of like madness, I kind of don't blame them if that is the case for locking him up. Like if a friggin' dragon dropped out of the sky and attacked my encampment, I'd probably lock it up as well.
That's
yeah,
that's
but
Or
fair.
kill it.
that would be awfully fucking
Speaking of
unfair.
dragons out of the sky, where's Ghost?
Ghost
Ghost
left
will
with the
retire.
Asphodel. Ghost is with the Asphodel Syndicate right now.
Mm-hmm.
I must have missed that. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
off
he
saving the world with
I was just
Titus.
really curious.
Yeah, he stayed with Titus. He stayed with Titus, who was a part of the Asphodel Syndicate. So, Ghost just went with Titus.
The partnership that was always meant to be.
Clearly.
Okay, so we have all 5 of you have voted. It's a 2-3.
Waiting on
Spencer,
Carrie.
and
Oh, wait, I forgot to vote.
Spencer, I don't know what he'd do.
yeah,
Neither do
this
I
is
know
more.
what Herod would do.
Now this is more in detail, which I think we was not something that Brenham and oh God,
Wow.
that Brenham and Spencer were very keen on. We're very like upfront about. So I don't think we can make a definitive decision for either of them yet. But it's really nice that there's just a flat, even tie on whether or not to walk away or to kill him.
And 2 more people to vote.
And 2 more people to vote. So
Who
4 to
will still
4.
probably tie?
Did we
If we
settle this
do-
next session?
Don't say
If
that.
we do tie, I'll say walk away just from Morgan's. From what Morgan.
Yeah, like Morgan will pretty much say, "You guys can do what you want. I'm having no part of it if you do try to kill him." Like,
If it doesn't end up being a tie,
she won't
then
fight,
I'm
but
all
she'll
for
like
it. But
she's not gonna get involved. She's like, she's already annoyed enough at the thought of, having this dangled in front of her, and now basically she's like being told, nope. So,
Exactly.
Oh, Spencer
she's
just joined.
already
Spencer went
deeply
online.
upset.
The tiebreaker.
Come on. We gain nothing from killing him.
we prevent so much.
Well,
Alright, we're
And
just
the
waiting on
verdict
Brennan.
is to walk away.
Whoa. We're still waiting on
no.
Brennan.
Well,
So it's either a tie or
Yeah.
or a 5-3.
Yeah, actually, that's fair. Even if it's a tie, we'll
Yeah.
walk away.
yeah.
All right. So all of you have decided that you wish to walk away, or that you wish to walk away.
Oh,
Begrudging.
Morgan's being dragged away against
Yeah.
her will.
This is
Like-
begrudging.
Someone's
Yeah.
someone's probably having to like restrain Morgan.
I probably will have
I
to
would
do
also
it.
like to offer up, if you want to split up, and some of you go help him, and some of you just leave. Not even so like both of you, not even like split up for the temporary disagreement, because at this point some people are just not contributing. It's not like they are actively like, there's not going to be any PvP if certain people go and help Vecna.
Oh.
Oh yeah, Morgan would
I
throw
will
some
be
life away
actively
for that
trying to
easy.
stop it. If it's like that, there will be PvP.
I would definitely help him. So that's for sure. I mean, all we need is
Morgan's like, it's not worth throwing away the lives of so many people on a what if.
I mean, with rituals like that, high risk, high reward. It's not a what if, it's whether it succeeds or not.
Oh no, I mean the what if.
There is
people
no
in
high
future are
reward. There's no high reward. None.
That's
Yeah,
where
no,
you miss.
just the people of an entire nation.
This
It's
is
not
only
your
going to go
country, I
badly.
get.
Oh, let's bring him back to
This is
life.
starting
so
to
that when
feel
the
a
world's
little
destroyed, they're
political.
going to die again.
Well, Vecna's not going to destroy the world. He's
This is getting a
already
little
said
too
he's
real.
gonna
Giving it
save
out
it.
freely. Anyone that can amass any followers, which, again, there are a handful, and can gather up services of people like us, which, again, there's a handful,
Yeah,
can
a
become a god.
handful. So chances are the adventurers are probably going to have at least some say in who gets it.
Yeah,
And
that
we just
adventurers are
trust
known to be
random
sensible
adventurers?
people. How many
I
people
mean,
have
look at you
we
guys.
alone fucked over? Like,
I mean, technically everyone if you're going on statistic, but
exactly.
but we could all remedy
That's my
that real
point.
quick.
I
mean,
understand.
Could literally fix everything with this dang scroll.
I understand our hesitance to kill him, but to actively help him in this endeavor is there's
Crazy?
crazy.
That was crazy once.
Oh, Morgan's
to the
still
Jerry.
crazy.
very crazy. Yes,
She broke. She broke a long time ago.
there's
But this
benefits
is the,
missing.
this is the first glimmer of hope she's ever had, and she's not letting it go.
Exactly. I agree with you on that, Morgan.
And Mum was like, I'm so glad someone in this room gets it. Thank you.
And again, if he has that knowledge, that means that that knowledge is out there somewhere. We do not need him.
No,
You know
but we do need this stressor.
Sure, and we can find it some other way that doesn't involve dooming the world again.
I think only a god can make an unlimited use true resurrection.
You
Here's
think?
my
I think
Well,
that's more of
I
an
don't
I
think
know.
a single
Again.
mortal can do that.
again
Someone
that
will destroy.
unlimited resurrection
another one.
isn't going to matter when there's another god that's like, actually, I don't want them alive.
Yeah, that right now is the Tiamat. Get rid of freaking Chain Oblivion. Tiamat might look the other way, and if not, we're gonna already be worn on supplies to take care of that.
Yeah, we could just like say, hey, would you mind just delaying until Arya's a god and she can protect people?
That's not neutral.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I know
but
what
even a
domain I'm
neut-
taking.
Even a neutral entity can
Has
like
to intervene.
well, yeah, even a neutral entity can like have favor curried with them. Like neutral
Okay,
is just like acting in your own interest.
you chose the most violent person in our group to make a god. Like, the most violent one.
Yeah, but she's also honorable.
Where?
You-
No, where?
And
I
then-
I would not kill an unarmed opponent.
Yeah,
First
she
of all,
doesn't
I
like
would not
go
kill a
around just
civilian.
murdering civilians.
There is a
Slashed
sliver
away
of
at
honor.
a bunch of civilians.
Hecatomachus
pretty recently,
was a lost
actually.
cause, okay?
Okay, so
Hecatomachus is a
well,
lost
if-
cause. It doesn't
so if the
count
civilian
as
is a
civilian.
lost cause, then it's okay.
At that point, it was self-defense. It was me or it.
It
You don't
really
think I
wasn't.
felt bad for
Also-
slashing it? I mean, sure, free heals, but also, yeah, it is a mass of civilians. That still comes with a price. I didn't like the fact I had to, but that was self-defense at that point.
You
Sucker
seem to
was
like
made out
it
of
quite a
this.
bit.
There's also the fact that
Oh,
it's
I did.
literally a fate worse than
It's
death. We were
coping,
kind of doing them a
unfortunately.
favor.
It's also
Like
called coping.
cutting them up, not
No,
actually
no, no,
killing
no.
them because they
Point
wouldn't
is-
die from that.
Point is, Arya is aggressive, and if someone insults her, I don't have it, like, I don't hold it past her to just start a war because of it.
Depends on who. I'm not gonna just do it
Exactly.
some petty soldier. If it was Warrior the Warrior,
Argument
yeah.
over. Argument over.
If it's Warrior the Warrior, yeah. If it's to a commoner, no. It's not worth it. You have to have your priorities of who you're killing, who you're
Yeah,
not.
but
That's
if you start
simplistic.
a war with, like, a king, the commoner is going to suffer.
That is unfortunately collateral.
Bars. Sorry.
Okay, again, argument over.
Those
You've
bars.
proven
Yeah,
9
there's
points
no-
for me. Thank you.
We can't. We can't, and I can't allow it. If we're splitting up, sure, it's not going to end well.
Yeah, I am going to Larry on that front. I cannot allow it.
Are we still two separate groups together?
Are we doing Civil War?
Who's Iron Man?
Definitely them.
That's yeah, I know.
Whoa, wait. Who's the bad guy in this story? No. Who was really the bad guy in Civil War?
I like just
It's
coming
It's just a
from a
fight
point of,
between
like,
friends. That's all.
I like in an essence, I believe the specific one to be Rory would be Daisy Morgan, just because I hurt people in the past, so I'm gonna do this crazy thing, hoping that it fixes things in the future.
Yeah,
In
Morgan's
this
just
case,
like,
who's the Baron Zemo?
Let's fix everything. I don't care. Unlimited true resurrection. If people die, we can bring them back. It'll be fine.
Exactly.
And it's great for the character. Don't get me wrong. I love it. Can't allow it to happen.
Also, no offense, but I do not trust Morgan with the scroll of unlimited fucking resurrections.
That's kind of weird to not trust someone to bring people back to life. What does that even mean?
No. It's like it's like
What's the
there's
worst they
supposed to be a
do?
balance, you know? Like you
And
can't
there isn't. This world's not in balance. It's been out of balance for a hot minute now.
It's not
And
like I
we
want
think
to get
throwing
rid
a
of all
god into
death
the mix will change
forever.
that?
I just want to fix everything that Chained Oblivion broke.
Yeah, but if they died from natural causes, what says you won't bring them?
Her family did not die of
Natural
natural
causes is
cause.
different.
It's a slippery slope.
Yeah.
It's I'm just
It's
gonna
really
bring them
not,
back because it was adjust, and then you just don't want them to go.
That's
Like,
mortality.
oh, this person was sick. People shouldn't be sick. Bring them back.
People,
Yeah.
well, no, that just happens. People get old. Their bodies crap
People
out.
get
They
killed.
die.
It happens.
Yeah.
But not normally by demons.
It seems to happen a lot, actually.
That's out of balance.
Yeah,
It's
but
because
that
that's
the world's
seems
not
been
the
out
pretty
of
normal.
natural
balance.
state of things.
We're in an apocalypse.
Demons aren't supposed to exist.
Yeah, but
They're
where do you
unnatural.
draw the line? Like, is illness?
That's
something you
also
shouldn't
kind of a
bring
slippery
back?
slope.
Oh,
Is
no.
I mean,
war something you shouldn't?
Arya,
bring back?
Akamero, and me were demons.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it
Lord,
wouldn't have
yes, we
been if the
reject
Chained
them.
Oblivion hadn't come and buggered everything
Yeah, but
up.
you're one of the good ones.
No, God, no. No.
I was just about to type
And
in
those
chat.
demons weren't
Morgan
always
Reese is a
demons.
bark.
They
weren't
kind
always
of chose
demons.
that life. Bad people exist. That's just
Yeah.
how it works.
Yeah, but the Chained Oblivion is not a people.
It's not. It's an
And the
unnatural
people-
force that literally ruined everything.
It's literally, Akamero and Arya would be Arvandorian if it weren't for the fact that, well, they are
Yeah, they
Arvandorian,
Are
but they would have
Now.
been, they would have just been born that way.
Or not been born at
Literally,
all.
the whole demonification thing is unnatural. It's not like
Do
a
we-
real thing.
Do we honestly think our parents would not be the same people they are just because of a demon?
Probably not. Your
They're gonna
environment,
want
it's what
power
molds
in
you.
their own way.
No, but we've proven that if someone is a demon or not doesn't have to do like, with their personality. That's been proven. Like, someone is the way they are because
That's who they wanna be.
are. Yeah.
I mean, I think when the Chained Oblivion killed them, they did kind of brainwash them a little bit, because I seem to recall the conversation between Zeus and Hades. It was very much, my eyes were opened by the Chained Oblivion. It wasn't, they died fighting it.
I'm
Unless
pretty
I'm
sure
horribly
their eyes were
misremembering this,
opened
Iris,
by,
in which
oh,
case,
I could
correct
become a
me.
god.
I don't think it offered them godhood. I just think it was like,
That's what.
And if it did, it was lies.
I killed. I think it was literally Chained Oblivion killed them, brought them back on their side. I don't think it like offered them anything.
Arise? Sorry.
Didn't Jormungandr say that they were offered stuff in their next life?
You did not just solo level my fucking campaign, my guy.
I did.
He did. Unfortunately, he did.
Like, am I misremembering
Someone
that,
clip that.
Iris?
I'm misremembering what has been said because I know what happened. I don't know what you've been told by anyone.
So Jormungandr,
It sounds
I believe,
correct. It sounds correct in saying that in saying that the Chained Oblivion opened their eyes to a realization, but I don't think that true realization was mentioned or referenced.
I don't think.
Yeah,
it was
no,
a
I
break.
think the exact phrase was the Chained Oblivion opened my eyes. It was something like that, but I don't think it said anything about the nature of the revelation or what, if anything, was being offered.
Yeah.
And if there was anything offered, it was still based upon lies.
Besides the point, they still chose to believe it.
Okay, we're arguing in circles again. Are we splitting the group, or are we not?
Yeah, Morgan's gonna go.
And I definitely would.
Go as in, you're gonna have to
Go with or not.
Oh yeah, she helping.
Mm-hmm. I'm in favor of splitting, that's for sure.
Like, she's not willing to throw away the lives of the people of Ilias just on a vague, oh, but what if a bad guy becomes a god? Because that is a what if at this point. We don't have any
Go
sort
away.
of guarantee either way.
There are no lives to throw away.
Well, there is, because true resurrection.
So are you just gonna? But we don't have the bodies. You can't just.
We don't need their bodies.
You don't need the
You
bodies
don't
for
need
true
true
resurrection.
resurrection.
They
You
can
don't
be
need it.
atomized. They can
Kinda
literally
like
just be a
whatever.
spirit.
Anything.
Wasn't
You don't need anything.
It's quite literally
It's
the
like wishing
material.
upon a star.
Like, as long as the soul persists, I'm pretty sure you can still true resurrection them.
The target has to be a creature that has been dead for no longer than 200 years and that died for any reason except old age. The material
Exactly.
components do not require the dead person. They require a diamond worth 25,000 gold, which, from the sound of it, Vecna's able to provide, and some holy water.
Yeah, 'cause a scroll doesn't need material components. It's already been expended to make the scroll.
Yeah. If the creature's soul is free and willing, the creature is restored to life with all of its hit points. The spell closes all wounds, neutralizes any poisons, cures all disease, and lifts any curses affecting the creature when it died. The spell replaces
There's no
damaged or
God who
missing
blessed the
organs and limbs. So
a good
just be normal water.
I don't think we have enough diamonds in the world to bring everyone back.
Sure.
So it's unlimited. You don't have to provide the material components for a scroll.
It consumes
It's
the
already
spell,
done.
the material components. of the
Consumes
spell.
And if we let him
Or-
succeed, that spell is infinite use.
With
No,
the
if
caveat
you
of
have the
25,000
diamond, it's infinite
diamonds.
use, but you don't have infinite diamonds.
No, the
There can't be
material
two
component is
variables.
included in the scroll.
Not if it's used up.
It-
That
Right,
is
but
true.
if it's
But
been
if he
made,
becomes
it's
a
been
god, he
made,
can make that scroll an infinite use scroll.
No,
No.
they
You
There's
can
no
read the
material
scroll. Okay,
component.
okay. Let me clarify. According to 5e tools, you can read the scroll and cast its spell without providing any material components. So actually, that 25,000 gold gem, not necessary.
Alright.
I'll
So
just-
it's not an infinite use spell.
Oh, you
it's an
sold me.
infinite use scroll.
It is
It
a
becomes
one-use.
infinite
It is a
use after
one-use
it becomes
scroll, but it is a one-use scroll. But not only is Akamero and Erud and anyone else who wants to able to copy this spell down into their own spell book. But it sounds like Vecna's willing to just give you the ability to reuse either this spell scroll or just give you the ability to give you the ability in some form of way, the ability to just cast True Resurrection over and over again.
Yeah, and it specifically says free and willing souls. So if someone doesn't want to be brought back, they can't be forced to come back. Like if someone's made peace with their death, they don't have to come back.
Yeah.
It sounds way too good to be like if how do I describe it? It's like with how good that is, imagine the consequences.
Pandora's box. I did say that earlier.
And yet
It's a
you're
whole-
walking.
Yeah, I honestly think it's worth it. It's a risk. And I'm taking that into account.
And you know, when we find out that the Tiamat has taken over Hades, we can like kill him and then bring back Hades properly.
Okay.
Literally doing
so-
this can restore the world in some form of capacity. Not completely, but it's a stepping stone towards it.
So
Yeah. It's like
We
I'm
have
not
three
planning
pl-
on getting rid of death. I don't
So-
think
Death is a
God
natural
death
part
would
of
be
things,
okay
yeah.
with that.
Yeah.
Morgan, Arya, and I'm assuming Akamero, you three all want to help with this process. And it sounds to me like you're willing to do this whether or not the rest of the group is willing to or not. Correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Is there anyone else that on this group, Junji, Rory, Erud, Lokir, and Splint, that would also be joining their endeavor?
Junji's not. He doesn't want to mess with it, nor does he have any use.
Okay. I'm gonna say
Did
for
we-
purposes, Erud is not. Because it
Can
doesn't
we
sound like...
do anything to even try to stop? Can we pretend to be a part of this?
I'm gonna go with whatever you say. I think that's the
Pretend
best.
to go along and then like try and kill him last second.
With them, I feel like our chances are a lot slimmer if we're not a united front.
Sure,
Yeah.
but we don't really have a choice.
I mean,
Look, they want, some of them want the knowledge, some of them want the scroll, right? So if we stop it after they get it, you know,
everyone
But
wins.
I don't want Morgan doesn't want a single-use scroll. She wants the God-blessed unlimited scroll. Because right now, that's just a normal scroll.
It's a
yeah, but if
ninth
you
level
get the
spell. That's
scroll,
what it
you
is.
you can transcribe it into a book and
Yeah.
Just take longer.
Akamero would be able to.
Except for once
that
you
would take time.
transcribe it, the material components are required.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's gonna be an issue.
Yeah. And there isn't enough money in the world to bring back all of Ithaca.
Unfortunately not.
It's almost like they're not meant to.
Mm-hmm.
They
Yeah,
died
but
in
also
vain.
the chained oblivion isn't meant to be here either, though.
Yeah. Not part of the natural order.
Yeah,
What's
like
the
deaths that are
natural
part of
order?
the
Keep
Like,
saying that like it matters. We
You
can't.
you know,
argue
like
it.
normal life and
You
death.
guys can cast magic.
That's not coming from
Nothing's part-
demons that
nothing's
have invaded
natural.
our world.
Even magic has a natural order. How do you think druids use it? They use the natural
Yeah.
order. Bend it to their will.
anyway, I
Well,
say we
we-
go
The
along
weave
and
is
we
a
say
natural phenomenon.
I
guess
agree with
go
you.
along
We should do
it.
that.
So Splint,
Did we
so
make a decision?
Splint, did you decide whether or not you wanted to join Morgan, Arya, and Akamero?
I'm gonna go with whatever Rory says.
Okay.
All right.
You said that very like, I think I'm gonna do this.
No, I wasn't. Is that your name?
Yes.
Yeah,
that's
What's your name?
Rory Borealis.
Yeah, Rory. I'll go with whatever Rory says. Yeah.
I'm a fire genasi that looks like.
Don't mix up your
Aurora
themes here.
Borealis.
Yes, I know.
It's a play on words, you see.
Yeah, I see. Oh, I see.
My mom's name was Aurora. She chose that name, by the way. She was like, "Oh, Tithonus Borealis. I'm gonna marry him, and I'm gonna choose the name Aurora."
Aw.
How sweet.
No,
Sweet.
no, she was super manipulative.
Wow.
Casey
That
just
canon?
going, oh, that's so
Yes.
sweet. Dimitri, no.
She made me. I thought it was a game, but she did make me hold my breath under the water in a bathtub for about 6 minutes.
That's easy. What are you talking
What?
about?
That's how I got so
6
good at
minutes is
physics,
crazy.
being under the water. She was bringing up my constitution.
Yeah, that sounds like basic training to me. Yeah. Theirs would do a lot worse. You got off lucky with 6 minutes.
Jesus
Morgan
Christ.
is just looking at the pair of you in
It's just
horror.
I could comfortably do it for 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You did not have good childhoods.
Horrified.
Okay.
Hey, I never said I grew up like a
Family,
saint.
and she's just horrified.
Okay.
She's like, what kind
So
of
there is
families
this-
do
What are we
people
doing?
Have?
So there's this
Fucked
divide.
up one.
So there's this divide forming with the group.
Yeah.
Right
Yeah.
now.
Yes.
Deciding whether or not to leave or to help Vecna ascend to godhood for the opportunity to save countless lives. Or to potentially put the throne of godhood into a not so trustworthy person. Because I feel like a lot of stigma of it just being Vecna, and the stigma of
Never
like
use any other
every
name.
iteration of Vecna
Yeah.
outside of this
No.
one campaign is really fueling this drive.
No.
Like Erud kind of put it into more of like nobody, like the most trusted person he knows wouldn't even be trusted with godhood like that. But I feel like a lot of
the
stigma is just the
craziest
fact that it's
part is him
Vecna.
giving it away for free. Honestly, other than
don't
a
like
couple
that.
things that he did that are bad, the like he's not a horrible person. Vecna himself in this world is not a bad guy, but he is so focused on being neutral that it's terrifying.
That I can't agree with you on. The fact that he's willing to just release it to everyone. Like, there should be an order to that.
He gives off the vibe of, oh, I don't have morality, but in order for me to be better, I have chosen this morality. And the morality is no morality.
It's just efficiency at that point. Cold,
That's scary.
calculated. Yeah,
That's
I
not
agree with
something
you.
I want as an all-powerful being.
I wish I could. This is why I like having NPCs also contribute to conversations, so that I myself can contribute to conversations like this.
Hey,
Because like
cultist
if
number
he
5.
doesn't, because like this was the same conversation that we were having last session, where it
Yeah.
seemed like he was taking a side, and everybody was against that because you didn't want him to rule the domain of death with a skewered mindset, with his own ambitions and goals. And now he's being a very true neutral individual, saying, I don't care, death is death, no matter, death is death. If like I'm not going to just like bend death to my will. Now he's doing that, and now you're like, well, now that's scary because he's just
This
being
might
he's
just be
being
the side of
a
no god.
weirdo.
But he
No one
said
should have that much
but
power.
Then he gave us a scroll of true resurrection with unlimited uses. That seems like he's
His
putting his hand on the
whole-
scale, you
his
know?
whole thing is so like it's crazy that he's being truthful with all this because he is so contradictory. He is an undead fighting against undead, giving us unlimited uses of a necromancy spell, which I get that he described as it being okay with his tenants. You can figure out a way for anything to be anything. If you think about it long enough, it always works. But also, he's claiming to be this true neutral guy when he stole 2 of our friends and is holding them ransom and also killing the people up top because they're getting in his way.
He's not saying that he is true neutral right now. He's not saying that he's not saying he's in complete opposition to undeath right now. He says once he ascends to godhood and he has that power and he has that station, then because there's in his mind nobody in control of those situations right now, because he's abusing the power that he's saying he's abusing this corrupt system of undeath to ascend to godhood, to then control on the balance of life and death and eradicate this undeath.
And eventually, if it does get out, you're gonna have other death gods and death domains who are either neutral goo or neutral evil. Jim Bob,
the cleric of Vecna, strolls in and said,
"Do you want us to go along with this?"
I'm open to whatever. I'm like, obviously I planned out. Obviously, I have.
You put so much work into it, you know.
I
kind of.
Obviously, I have. Obviously,
Yes.
I'm allowed. You are allowed to make a decision. To make a decision whether or not you actually want to help. I am just trying to be like. I'm just trying to give you all of the facts of the situation. Vecna is trying to take over the domain, become the god of death, and basically solve all of your problems, and then allow the archaic captains, which there's quite a lot, but it takes a lot to actually be an archaic captain and be possible to ascend to this ritual. Because keep in mind, a lot of these archaic captains are centuries old. Like, the only archaic captains are like high elves and dragons and Arvandorians and archdevils. Like, these guys live hundreds of years, have developed a huge following of people who are actually devoted to them and believe that they are deserving of this role. It's not like some guy can just amass like 10,000 slaves and be like, see, these guys all work for me, so now this fits the quota of an archaic captain. That's not how that works. These people actually are devoted. Loyalty. These people are devoted. Like 10,000 rats can't do that because 10,000 rats don't know how to worship a god like that.
Unless they're awakened, but otherwise,
if you had 10,000 dogs, if you had 10,000 dogs who believe you to be the best good boy because you give them treats and give them love and affection, that's not the same thing as treating them like a god.
Well, yeah, you need a sentient mind to do that.
With people.
Yeah, you need a sentient mind, sentient worshippers, people who actually believe in you.
Apostate souls.
I guess.
Look, not to bring up that person, but there have been several people, even in our world, that have amassed a lot of fucking followers that shouldn't. You know? Like, not to be that guy.
That's also true. There's
I agree.
There's a lot of evil.
There are ramifications. Yeah. There's a lot of evil. There's a lot of neutrality.
But that's kind of the caveat of everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so why
I don't think Vecna's releasing a book alongside it, like, how to start a cult in 10 easy steps.
No, but like, the evil people already have that down. The only thing they need is the way to become gods, you know?
I'm not worried about your average Joe Schmo becoming a god. I'm worried about these cult leaders becoming a god.
I mean, isn't that basically what all the gods in D&D already are?
This isn't that world.
Yeah, we don't have it here.
You know, we're building that world. This is the Tyrell of the ancient past.
I don't know if I want to build that.
It was, well, once upon a time, this world had gods. They're gone, and now it's in shambles.
Is it?
It is, yes. This world is in shambles.
There's one thing happening that's bad because bad people were able to gain a lot of power.
And
It
if
almost
we can
sounds like we
fix that
shouldn't
without
allow.
God.
It almost is like we shouldn't allow bad people to have access to large amounts of power.
That is true.
We've been discussing for 48 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're gonna keep on going in circles. Look, maybe there's a predeceived notion of it being Vecna. To me, I just don't want to raise a god and then it blow in my face. I feel like we have gone through every single thing, and it's crazy that it's leading up to, oh, let's do this, but it's gonna backfire. And I don't want to do that knowing that I have done everything I can to make sure it doesn't backfire. If it's an oversight, it's like, oh, that's cool. If it's an oversight, it's, oh, what a fun character moment. In this case, it's like, oh, we did everything we could, and it's still our fault.
Yeah, we from my perspective, and I assume the same for like Ari's perspective, is like you can't step aside. Like you simply can't step aside. You know?
Not after what we've been through.
Yeah, it's not like, oh yeah, we will just split the group and you guys go and help him become a. You know, it's not that simple. You know?
Yeah, you'll probably have to tie up Morgan and drag her away then, because there's no way.
And that is kind of like the hard part. It's like,
Because this is literally, to Morgan, it's literally, you love your family, don't you? Don't you want them back? Do you hate your family? Is that why you're not doing everything you can? I'm not like saying anyone's right or wrong in this. I'm just saying this is my character's motivation. You guys are like,
yeah, but
I'm not saying you guys are wrong.
That.
I'm saying Morgan is a very flawed individual.
It really works.
Go ahead and say, oh, I'm gonna drag your character out. That's taken away.
I'm not gonna hold a grudge if you say that. Morgan might, but as a player, I'm not gonna because obviously I don't want to force you to do anything you don't want to do. And as a player, I'm not attached to the idea. This is literally just my character is experiencing personal torment.
Just in a very rough situation.
Very much so.
Yeah.
And
I'm enjoying this isn't just so black and white.
I mean, last session, it was a lot easier when we went over this, because it's like, oh, he hasn't thought this through. He's just a crazy guy. We probably shouldn't do this. Now it's like, oh, he's thought it through. He knows that it almost feels like he knows he shouldn't, but he's trying to justify it. That's what it feels like.
Well, after 800 years, don't you think you can't back away?
It's very much
you've been working on it for so long.
It's very much It's very much he kind of feels it's the understanding of somebody has to do it, because this is the only way to defeat the Chained Oblivion. And it wasn't Mistra, it wasn't Denier. I have to do this myself.
It's not the only way. I don't know. Maybe we should just walk away. Let what happens happen. If Akamara, Arya, and Morgan want to, they can.
They also have, but there's the other thing that Arya and Morgan have 2 vestiges.
I only have 1 on hand.
I mean, both.
Morgan has another.
You have
Yeah.
2 in. So that's another thing. If we walk away, we can't exactly leave the vestiges.
The vestiges won't be needed though if Vecna sends to Godhood.
Do you want to give us the vestiges?
No, if I have to fight off a celestial battle beast, I am using a vestige. Are you serious?
If it's celestial, it
We have to
won't work.
assure-
If it's a celestial, then it's not gonna do anything to it.
Well, I don't know what this battle thing is gonna be, but if it is, yeah, it won't work. But that just means I got other options at hand.
Tell you what, I'll ask Vecna to cast a contingency so that if I die, it'll teleport to one of yous.
Sure.
That way you don't lose the vestige.
Yeah.
Because there's a very real
guess-
chance that I'm gonna die against this thing.
I don't think Rory in good conscience could step in their way. It feels wrong. It all feels wrong. There's no right direction here.
Yeah, it's shit the whole way down.
Yep.
The person that would tell me how to do this correctly isn't here, and they haven't been here for a while. I don't know what I would do, but I think I'll go with whatever Rory said.
You want to learn about the city, don't you?
I mean, no, I don't really care. The reason why I cared a little bit is because it has something to, maybe if I learn more about the city or the god, or not the god, the queen, I would learn more, a little bit, of my friends. I think that's kind of why I wanted to, but I don't think helping Vecna would. I mean, I get it would save so many people's lives. We can save cities. We can save blah blah blah. It's obviously too good to be true. That's what I'm thinking. I think we can find a better solution elsewhere, right? There has to be more options for us. We can find someone more powerful than Vecna. If Vecna got this powerful, who says that someone else couldn't?
I mean, if you want to try and steal the ritual details and give them to, like, Corellin or someone, you can do. Ain't no one stopping you.
I mean, I know one.
I don't think anyone should be a god, but
But if
I
you
mean, I
had to
know a
pick
time
one-
wizard.
yeah.
I know one.
Does he have
Hopefully they're strong
10,000
enough.
followers?
No, she doesn't.
What will a time
I
wizard
mean-
do against a chain oblivion?
What would a time wizard do? That's a very good question. I don't know. But I think we shouldn't help Vecna. Or either we try to hurt Vecna in some way to stop them. I don't know.
We don't have the time. The issue. We don't know when D-Day's happening, so Doomsday on the horizon.
I'll go with whatever Rory says.
Yeah. And the syndicate's whole thing is literally end the chained oblivion at all cost. So I'd kind of been going against that as well.
I can't stop you guys, but I don't think it's a good idea.
I'm with you then.
Noted.
No hard feelings. I still love you guys.
Indeed.
Agreed.
No, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, there is much, not so much to discuss, but still up for debate whether or not the three that still wish to assist Vecna will split from the party, whether temporarily or permanently, to,
Definitely
to
should be a
assist in this.
temporary.
Most likely temporary, but to assist in this ritual. But as we take a long rest, which by the way I will ask for a wisdom saving throw from every single person during this during this ritual.
Mhm.
It is
I don't
nothing
have anything to
harmful.
help with that. Okay.
Wisdom save.
Alright,
Yeah,
let's
good
do
freaking
some-
luck
Oh my
helping
God.
with that.
Oh my god, dude.
I said nothing bad, so you know it's fine.
It was nice knowing you. I'll
Yes,
miss you.
definitely.
Unfortunately, a crit
I'll
fail.
be sure to
Zero
take up
wisdom
that
save.
offer of teleport my vestige out of there, so it's fine.
Alright. I
Alright.
mean, that's good at least. That's
Yeah.
good stuff.
There's no way I'm letting myself die with a vestige on hand. That
Splint.
needs to go to someone else. So.
Splint, you wished to talk to Vecna. You can absolutely.
I did at the very beginning. did.
You turn off your tablet of tongues and leave the tent to go talk with Vecna again. You find the Orthons standing guard right outside the tent, just as before. As they look down to you. Do you have your tablet of tongues on you?
I do have it on. I will turn it on as I approach.
One of the Orthons on the right says, "What we got here? State your
Wish
business."
to speak with Vecna. Information.
Right then. One moment. Kind of like you see him duck under and peek through the tent as he says, "Alright, boss. We got a small one here. Looking to speak to you." Alright. In. He holds out, open the tent.
Go on.
Okay.
Mhm.
You enter the tent. And inside the tent, you see at the very left side of the tent a very different figure. Towering,
Interesting.
several feet tall, a decomposed visage, adorned in golden armaments, and a small red maroon colored tailcoat behind him. He looks to you as he says, "Ah, Mr. Sutterbeard, can I help you this evening?"
When you spoke to the group, you mentioned needing information of the city. Before I provide anything, I just would let you know that I do need to speak with the group. I can't make any decisions, of course, on behalf of anyone except for myself. However, I am here to give you any and all information you need on the city. Now step forward.
Very, very good. Very helpful. Simply put, I need to access the central tower of Tradisum. I need to understand whether or not I will be facing opposition, whether or not the tower itself is guarded, or whether it is simply a citywide border. And I will need an optimal space to perform this ritual. Now, your kind are Deep Gnome and Duragar. So I imagine your infrastructure is not to the scale at which I must as to which I need to complete this ritual.
Would I know that the halls and the church that my friend got taught in were big enough for her?
So she was up until a point she was also small sized. Verdan are very peculiar in which at a certain up until a certain level they are small sized and then they grow to large size. Most of the Verdan had their own.
There was like
most of the Verdan had their own places of had their own holding places, and the churches and certain facilities were built for medium sized. But looking at Vecna now, it looks like he needs something a little bigger. And probably the closest you can think of is the castle of Tradisum.
I would say the castle would be the best place. I guess Vecna, I would say to Vecna, if you need any more information that I wouldn't know how to say verbally, you can read my mind, if you can.
Wow.
I'll let Vecna into my mind.
Why are you so eager to assist in this matter?
Eager is not the word I would be using. However, seeing such high-level arcane is not only incredibly interesting, it is information that I would want from the city that I don't know would help me personally, not with the group. That's why I came alone, without informing the group.
So you wish to learn more about. So you wish to learn more about the information I seek. Introduce them.
Yes. You are on your own path. You know what you do with the information you gather.
You see his eyes sink into, almost peer, staring daggers into yours as lights fill up his eyes, and you are hit with a detect thoughts spell.
Yeah.
Do you resist?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm telling the truth.
You watch your mind flash memories, information, generalized information. You see flashes of the city's defenses, and that you are not the only one with these adorned in the firearms. The entire city guard is armed with firearms that line the walls of Tradisum, that defend different points, that different entrances, different cave systems that bleed into Tradisum. You learn about the tower. It is forbidden territory, tainted territory that is not guarded. Nobody is around. It is completely abandoned. The city itself is rather lax in their guard out from within the city, as even the royal guard is few and far between. You start to see more about the castle and about the theocratic rule that this city is under. Who is serving it? And you start to see more about its defenses, anything that seems to be almost in Vecna's way. And then it stops. As his hand lowers and his eyes restore. I thank you for your information. You can tell the Warlock of the Raven Queen that you could tell the Warlock of the Raven Queen, Miss Kresin, is in the northwesternmost campment of this settlement. The code word what was the code word? The code phrase is Salem. You can give them to the gods, and they will release her from her magical binds.
Okay. Before I go and do that, I'll say to Vecna, I'm very interested where your journey leads. I wish you the best. Now walk out.
He gives a small nod as you exit. As you leave and step out here, you are immediately hit with this something in your chest. This, not a physical wound, not a physical pain, not even a mental pain. It's this emotional sinking feeling. Dread, fear. Almost like something flashed across your mind for only a second before it is gone, and you just are left with the remnants of what that memory, that thought, felt to you. Dread, fear, and you continue forward.
Oh, can I go release the person?
Yes, if you want to go get do you
Immediately
get
I'll do
here with that, or do you just go do that yourself?
Oh, I was just gonna go do it real quick.
She's not going
Okay.
anywhere.
I was just gonna go do it.
Okay.
I don't know who this person is, but yeah, sure.
Splint, you go
don't
over
know.
to the northwesternmost encampment. There are guards there, and you utter the phrase Salem, upon which they lead you into the camp, the small tent. And inside, just as you had seen in the minor illusion that Vecna had cast at the table, a small blue bubble of arcane surrounds this humanoid woman. Blonde, dirty blonde, curled hair pulled down to a side, one eye wounded, almost blinded. You see her thrusting at the bubble around her with these arcane spells, as she seems to try to wear down this shield around her, almost to no effect. But as the cultists come in, she looks around as she sees them moving, and with a wave of their hand, the bubble is dispelled. Sutton just looks around, confused, but still very indefensive, as if preparing to attack at any moment.
Hello.
What is this? Three weeks?
You
And that's it? What the fuck happened?
There's a few people that you might want to talk to. Follow me, and then I walk to where everyone is.
What? Wait, no, come back. It's
I walk out.
What
I keep
happened?
going.
What?
Turn off the stone, heading out.
I do not turn off the stone, but I will head it back.
He kind of like stares daggers at the two cultists, but then continues to follow you, very still defensively, because you don't know this woman. She doesn't know you either.
I don't know this person. I don't know.
But she's almost lenient because you are the first person. This is the first time she's seen you, and this first time is when she's finally released from this bubble. So she's kind of just like, okay, maybe it has something to do with this person. I'm gonna keep following him. Okay.
I enter the tent where everyone is. Are they still arguing?
I'd imagine like they'd be concluding this argument at this point.
I'm back.
Anyways, here's this person.
Hey, the person for the minor illusions. We kept seeing her. What's been a year
But yeah,
now?
So have we made a decision?
Group 4 watches Splint return, and Sutton Crescent is directly behind him. Extremely confused, even more so upon seeing the angelic forms of Akamero and Arya, seeing Lokir and then Morgan. As she just like looks around and she's like, what?
Long story.
Fuck.
Yeah,
Long
it turns
story.
out that vestiges can purify demons.
Vestige can purify is the
What
short
is-
answer.
What? I'm sorry.
I
Did I
know.
even get your name? like looking to Morgan, just like, I'm sorry. Did I even get your name? I know you for like a day. What the fuck is happening?
Shit's going down.
No
Morgan,
shit.
by
I've
the
been
way,
here.
to remind you.
I've been here for 3 weeks. What changed?
Look, we were trying to find you, and we did. So. You're
Okay.
free
want-
now, I guess.
Short version is we killed some Olympians.
You. Okay, you killed some? All?
Yeah. Dionysus and Hera. Not all, no.
Oh, okay. You
Unfortunately not.
just did that. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Do you happen to have any family in
Ilias.
No, I'm
Mm.
Lituko.
Okay, that's
Oh.
that's good. That's good.
Good.
I mean, they're kind of getting killed too, but
What?
Not so good. Yeah.
It's not all of them at
kinda.
once.
I'm
That's
not too opposed. I don't hate that, but I also don't really care for that. But that's my own backstory that we never got into because I'm
Anyway.
not here. Anyways,
Yeah.
You were abducted because you have a vestige.
well, yeah, I knew that. I wasn't gonna give it to him. Is he still here? Did you guys kill him?
Yeah.
He is.
yeah.
No. He has plans, and I believe they are worth it. Though some
To
of us
ascend to
do not
God. Yeah,
believe so.
he's been very vocal about his ascension to godhood.
Oh, so
he's-
he's told you about it.
He captured me because he wanted to know about the Raven Queen, and I couldn't give him shit because I don't know shit about the Raven Queen. Who's the Raven Queen? I barely
Well,
know the
some of
Raven.
us
Well, I
here
know.
do
Okay, I
know.
know the Raven Queen, but I'm also trying to partially remember what the fuck Sutton even remembered. But
Really keeps the cards close to the chest, that one.
like,
Yeah.
he wanted to know about the Raven Queen and why, and like, I eventually I couldn't really give him a lot because I only knew I only did like minor research about the Raven Queen before meeting you all.
I only knew of its name, not its purpose.
the Raven Queen was a worshipped, from my understanding, was a goddess, but I don't think that's the case.
No. From what we learned, not the case.
She was a goddess to a
In
lot of people.
Dorian.
And some of the people that resurfaced still remembered the Raven Queen. But by the current date, the name, the everything about the Raven Queen was revered, and I was literally burned at the stake because of my knowledge of the Raven Queen and my dabbling in the necromancy because from learning about the Raven Queen.
Holy shit.
Well, that sucks.
Hence my lackluster opinion of the Latuco people, because that was Latuco people.
Yeah. Well, you still have that vestige on hand, right?
Holds up the guard, the vestige on her arm.
Well, you have a choice now. You can give that message to them where it'll be safe.
First time in 3 weeks, anyways.
I mean, you
You're
could
welcome.
join me, Morgan Akamero, in the endeavors of helping Vecna there with his plan. You can bring back a lot of people, save a lot of lives with that. There is possible collateral, of course, but that's with every plan. Yes.
You were gonna ask me if I want Vecna to be a god after he's been keeping me in a fucking bubble for 3 weeks.
I know, it's crazy, right?
I'm only asking.
Look, I don't have any sort of
You've been
nasty
safe
opinion.
for 3 weeks.
I don't really have any sort of. Yeah, he kept me around. He kept me in a fucking bubble for 3 weeks. But I don't.
Better than the hell that broke up on the surface.
I don't hate his endeavor. I don't hate his endeavors. The way in which he's gone about his endeavors could be a lot better. Like not interacting with me because I don't know anything he wants.
Unfortunate.
But like, if he, what benefits does it come from being a god?
Other than the fact it's higher than the Arch Captain, it might be one of our many chances to fight against the Chain Oblivion. It's honestly one of the biggest aces we would have. Oh, yeah, where's that one?
You have a vestige and you don't know who the Chain Oblivion is?
That was before any of that knowledge.
Okay, I will do a synopsis of what happened since your time down here.
She's just left broken. She's just left
Yeah.
broken and staring into the abyss after that knowledge is given to
Yeah,
her.
like I said, you were honestly safe in that bubble. You should be grateful you were kept prisoner. Half the stuff I saw can never be unseen now.
Hey, you got me out. Can you put me back in that bubble, please? Like pointing to Splint. Can you put me back in that bubble? I want to be in that bubble. Anyways. Oh my god.
Bubble is safe.
So
yeah, that's
pretty
where
weak.
our choices are.
So
I mean,
there's
that
the
message
chain
that you have.
So the Olympians are devils,
Are traitors.
are demons serving this chained oblivion, who's a god,
Yep.
and also has an army of demons and archdemons on another continent. And Vecna wants to ascend to be a god to fucking fight the chained oblivion, to kill the chained oblivion before he becomes more of a god.
Once he ascends, he will essentially deal with the Chain Oblivion. However, we
And he's
almost
gonna
have
just
all
be
the
the
vestiges
death
at this
god?
point.
And then he's just gonna be the death
Well-
god, and then also publicize the godhood
The
process
publicity-
to everyone.
That part I am strategically worried about. If he does it surgically, it could go very well. If he does it too prudently, there will be issues.
Okay,
Many issues.
I mean, what's surgically like?
If he
Are
drip
you saying
feeds
like
it,
he
does it among
gets to, are you saying he gets to decide who's the god? Who gets to be a god?
no drips? No, drips feed amongst certain people.
So he gets to decide.
So he gets to decide what people know and what people don't know. You're letting him drip the information that he possesses. And even if he gives it to you to let you do that, now it's your own personal biases of what you want the people to know and what you don't. Now the power of godhood is in your hands, or the power of godhood is in his hands. So really, just throwing the publicized text is the best option, unless you want the buy, or just not have, or like
not have it.
Either not have it at all or publicize it to everyone.
Hi, Rory Borealis.
It's a sticky situation.
Hi, Sun Crescent. I don't think I know you, but I also don't barely know these people either.
I saved you, and he's my friend.
Thank you. He's the most favorable person in this room right now, but maybe you might change that.
Pretty good guy. So
I'm sure
basically, yeah, we have no idea why these three want to release.
Oh, I can see why. I can see why. If Vecna is able to ascend to a god and just snap the chain to oblivion, it's what you do after he's a god that I'm a little concerned about.
Yeah.
So
exactly,
our camp is right behind them. Actually, we're the ones that said that it's a bad idea.
Okay.
Us three are the ones who will be pursuing it.
I have my own personal biases against Vecna, which is why I don't want him to be a god. But I mean, if someone can become a god and just snap the chain to oblivion, this void incarnate person out of existence, I'd say we should probably do that. It doesn't have to be Vecna. It can be somebody. But that then falls into the bias of us, or you, I guess, deciding who you think is worthy enough to be a god.
We have a few promising candidates, Corellin being one of them right now, but
Who's
Corellin?
What? Corellin?
He's part of that
king of
court.
the elves.
Yes.
He's the king of the elves. Sure.
Essentially, yes.
Why him?
I mean, there's
Cerdonia.
Rovanov. There's also Rovanov.
Didn't
Who?
Rovanov die?
No.
The dragon?
He's not dead, but
Okay.
also
Yeah,
he's not dead, but he's also not an archaic captain. He's just a black dragon. You'd have to
Also
amass
not.
him following. You'd have to amass him,
Yeah.
turn him into an archaic captain for him to be able to do
Does
that.
the Raven Queen have enough?
No,
Definitely have.
especially not after that. Especially not now.
I mean,
No.
I'm
I don't
saying,
know.
I know she doesn't have enough, but does she have enough power inherently?
To qualify as an arch captain.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe. I
Well,
don't know.
Inherently speaking, that's a 50-50.
Apparently, the ritual requires this following. It's not so much requires this power state. It sounds like it requires this following. Because, like, a god can become a god, but if nobody believes in this god, what fucking power does he have?
None.
I mean,
A god with no followers is no god at all.
Exactly. So I feel like I think the process, the stipulation of having this following is a requirement for this ritual. With that being said,
Corellin has a good following.
The Raven Queen barely has a following. I mean, I think I know you.
Not as
The Raven
big.
Queen like points to Lokir. I think I know you. Nemesis, is that your name? And I think I saw you, points to Splint as he said, I think I saw, you're Moros, right? Or is that just the stupid nickname she came up with? She wanted to call me Oasis. I don't know what the fuck that means. But, Oasis?
So she wants you to be a champion.
Oh, I know why she wants to call me Oasis. Oasis, but she won't stop calling me Oasis, and I don't really know if I like the name Oasis.
I mean, I changed it to Doom midway. It sounded better.
Okay, well, the Doom
but,
of the
you know,
Raven,
I
the
stepped
Doom of the
away.
Raven Queen being called Doom, that kind of makes sense. I don't know if you go by Nemesis at all.
Not
Regardless.
official standards, but
You
think
can
there's, like,
choose.
I think there's like one other person. I think his name is like Mormo. What's his fucking name?
Rip Momo.
Ain't he dead?
Who? No, that's Thanatos. Thanatos is dead. I know that.
Thanatos is gone. Yeah.
Um,
Mormo.
Momus. That's his name.
Momo died as well.
Momo.
There's Nemesis, the Retribution, Moros, the Doom, Oasis. What the fuck is my title? And then there's Momus, the voice of the Raven Queen, who's fucking somewhere.
Well, you have a choice in this.
Just so you know, I did
Do
step
I?
back a little.
I don't even
From
know
my
you
role.
all. I don't feel like I have a choice in this matter. I shouldn't, at least. I feel like I don't have enough standing in the group to have this sort of choice as well.
We need
I
all
mean,
the help.
Of course
we
you have
can
standing. That's why I brought you here.
get. Yes.
Okay.
You-
I guess I have
we
a
need
fucking
all-
standing.
We can.
think
the
we need
big
all the
thing-
help we can get, whether it's helping with this ritual or helping some other way.
The big
matters.
thing is you have that vestige, which are being used to defeat the Trojan, or not defeat the Trojan, defeat the Chain of
Control 'em.
Oblivion.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
Need all of them.
the controlling the Trojan to access the demon killing weapon.
Which we don't know if that will
Are we
fully
still
work.
doing that for the? We're not doing that for the Ilias anymore. No.
The Elias are
No.
off the map. At
Also,
We're
this
not
point.
doing that for the.
hold on.
Are we doing that for the Syndicate as well now? Again, I don't really.
Yeah.
I wasn't doing
I caught you
anything
off
for
the
the
bus.
Ilias, and I was in Latuco until
Yeah.
I got pulled into a cave. I picked up a nice looking shiny thing, and then I got pulled over into the deck of a ship. Or no, got pulled into your tortoise, both by the Raven Queen, and then I was just like, all right, I guess I'm here. And then we were waiting for something to come out of the cave, and then I just got bamboozled and taken away by Vecna.
Yeah. Not a
You
fun
don't-
ride, but not the worst, I would say.
You
You
don't
definitely-
have to be a part of this, but the vestige does. Whether you come with is up to you.
I might as well. I mean, you can have the vestige. I mean, if you want to. I'm fine with tagging along. It's like, I guess now. I guess I'm a
mean,
representative
see it?
of the Raven Queen.
It's a big old powerful weapon, but I mean,
I'm gonna maybe hold on to it until I trust one of you enough to do that. He like
Can I
looks
see it
down
real
at
quick?
Splin as I out of character. No. No, you cannot. No, you cannot. Israel.
Cannot have a
of
miss.
all the people that get it, Flint wasn't even on my radar.
Can I please get a vestige? I'm not strong enough.
Already so overpowered.
You asked me
I don't have
specifically.
one.
You asked me specifically for a new magic item that didn't give you any more damage boosts, and now you're asking for an additional 3d6 radiant damage on top of everything else.
Please. You have not. I have not even pulled out the antimatter cannon.
Oh my god.
I'm doing you a favor.
No! That doesn't exist!
Honestly, of anyone for it to go to, it's really good
The
for
DMG.
spellcasters. So I think either Erud or Lokir, maybe me. But I'm kind of a mix, so I can
Maybe
understand
me?
not going for me.
I mean, 3d6 radiant damage on all melee weapons is pretty
It's
good.
just so much better as an arcane focus.
Yeah, the spell save thing
Just
is fucking
infinitely times better when it's an arcane focus.
It seemed infinitely times better on Hero's head when I smacked it with a hammer, so
Like, you
it didn't really matter.
The spell save is fucking broken. Like,
Yeah.
being able to influence spell saves is fucking broken.
What are
Like,
these
sure, it'd be
mechanics on
cool to have it be a
it?
weapon. It
Yeah.
would be irresponsible for me to have it as a weapon.
Also, automatic crit on spell hits.
Yeah.
Oh.
One.
What?
And you guys do more spell attacks, so I can see it going towards you guys.
Regardless.
Yeah.
Honestly, if I were to say so, Eru,
Hey,
because he can cast more spells.
Hey Shmuel,
Yeah.
you see that little
Sorry, Warlock.
little like weapon trait that says futuristic on this vicious anti-matter
come on!
rifle?
Please!
Why the
Please!
fuck would I implement futuristic weapons into this
It's a firearm.
supposedly medieval steampunk setting?
An
You already have
antimatter
Horizon Zero
rifle.
Dawn, right?
I kind of want to.
antimatter rifle.
Those are
I can't believe
stone
I'm saying this.
constructs.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but an antimatter rifle, even though it's labeled as futuristic, you can technically make one if it's running off a soul because it uses necromancy. You just have to have soul
Energy
batteries.
cells. Where the
Just
fuck are
have
you
a
getting
potion
energy
vial and
cells?
store
It's a magic
soul in.
weapon that could turn into
You
anything.
put in the vestige! The vestige that holds souls!
Exactly, a vestige is just an antimatter rifle. I hate to defend our god
actually,
here,
no.
but
That's
I'm not.
I mean, you also have
fucking
spelljammers as well.
You can
but-
only fucking make the weapons on your chart anyways.
Yeah, but I'm proficient in firearms.
Yeah, that doesn't mean you can make an antimatter rifle.
Sure, it does.
No.
Yes, it does. It's
If you have
okay, it's
schematics
okay, it's
for
okay.
gun, you just have to figure out schematics for even better gun.
I'm saying, as your god, you can
No.
make an antimatter.
It's okay, I get it.
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
putting my foot down on that one.
That's
I
fair enough.
understand.
Don't worry, maybe in another
I'm putting my
campaign, in
fucking
another
foot
life.
down.
Fine.
We're
It's
not doing
okay.
that
how cool it'd
shit.
be. Think about how cool it'd be.
I'm not
would be
thinking
cool.
about how fucked that would be.
I'm trying to be the
It would.
Mandalorian over here.
And
What's that
also,
fucking,
Ash
also,
baby
that fucking
Mandalorian.
video where they just go,
God,
Betty.
Exactly. No, it's fair. It's completely fair.
Yes.
It's so fair. Betty.
Oh my god.
That's so
Anyways.
fair, though.
Sutton's just like, anyways.
Can't knock that.
No. Anyways,
What is your choice?
I
Seth?
feel like ascending. I feel like godhood, if it's accessible, if it's a thing that people can do, I feel like we shouldn't be restrictive on who can do it. There are obviously terrible people
very
that
much
could
so.
probably do this. But also, if we specifically restrict those bad people, that's based on that's based on your biases. Some people are bad.
yeah.
Some people are bad in other people's lights. Some people are good in other people's lights. Vecna, honestly, being true neutral in this, in just releasing this information, kind of just makes it fair.
Look, good take.
You know what else is fair?
Pretty good take.
Just not
but
having
if
it out.
someone, if
No.
someone wants to eradicate a group of people, there is no. Oh, but for his people, he's good. No. It's you know. If he wants to take over a country, you can't say yeah, but for his people, he's good. That doesn't work that way.
Think, no gods. Let's just not go this route. We
But
have
also-
other options.
but
Let's not
also-
do this one.
Can I take a smoke break outside the tent real quick? This is crazy.
You already left and came back.
Yeah.
You already left this conversation, came back for like 5 minutes, and then go in for his second smoke break, where you come back with a young copper dragon.
I mean, good work.
No, Uh, he's not even here.
Well, sounds like Sun wants to go with us then.
Sutton says, look. It's a tough situation to be put in. But also, are you going to try to kill Vecna? Or are you going to try to walk away? Because it sounds like you all just want to walk away and let Vecna try this. Anyways.
Originally, it wasn't the plan, but these three want to do it, and I can't really step on their way.
I won't stop them from walking away, or past diverge. It's only temporary.
It's not like we've suddenly started to hate each other over this.
No, of course
Just have a
not.
difference of opinion.
No.
Exactly.
And it also sounds like you won't be, like, there's not any sort of opposition to you not contributing to this. If these three contribute to it, they get the benefits that they were going to get, the upfront benefits at the very least of contributing, and you don't have to. So it's really, you all seem to be really close to each other, so I understand not wanting to split up in that sense. You can kind of just ask to spectate, I guess. I don't know. Don't have to contribute. Kind of just stand there and watch it happen.
Look,
But I don't know.
That's
if you
the problem,
want-
actually. They can't spectate. If there's a guardian in the way of godhood, and if that guardian sees them, and that they see the guardian, they're no longer spectators, unfortunately.
Okay, so there
in this
is
ritual.
there is some way to, like, at least deter horrible people or any people in general from being turned into god.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Minimum requirement: Arch Captain, 10,000 followers.
And from the sound of it, other people have tried and failed.
But who knows if we kill this thing, it'll come back.
They'll probably just go on to the next person trying to pull off the stunts. I doubt
And
it'll
if
come
we
back
can kill
immediately.
this thing, then someone else can.
I mean, that is true.
I mean, we are kind of awesome, though.
Yeah.
You
Very
do.
much so.
You killed a
Morgan
fucking.
just
What was it called? What was that? I'm not gonna even try to distract the point by asking what the fuck a hecatoncrease is.
Thousands of people meshed into a giant.
I said I specifically wasn't going to do that. But
No, you
The
don't
point
want
is-
that image. You don't want it.
Too late.
the point is, I don't feel like I'm in a position to be able to be the tiebreaker decision on this. I am just voicing that this chained oblivion seems like they are a god. If they
Seems
are
that
a
way.
god, then it's going to be extremely difficult to try to deter them without the assistance of at least another god. It sucks that Vecna wants to do it on his own. If perhaps that information got into someone who could potentially be a bit more morally sound than wanting to be just a neutral deity of death, that might be preferable. But it sounds like Vecna won't hinder, yes, bad people, but also good people from becoming gods themselves. There's both sides to it. Where
Definitely.
yes, a bunch of bad people are also going to be able to have access to it, but think about all the good people that'll be able to have access to this. all of the good people that'll try to ascend to godhood.
Imagine if we made Viserys an archaic captain. He'd be like the best god ever.
That
He's
I
like
don't
the
actually know
nicest
about
person
because
in
he seemed
Cerdonia.
kind of. Wasn't he an Iliad general? What the fuck happened to him? Where is he?
He turned into a big old dragon. He was doing good. There was a few mental breakdowns, but he overall was a good man. And unfortunately, he had another breakdown. Well, turned into a full-on copper dragon. He's young, but was still a bit of a danger, and he's somewhere down in this labyrinth of a place.
Huh.
And Vecna will show us to him
Okay.
under conditions.
Anyways, but yeah, when like, if it has to be Vecna, Vecna seems to be very neutral about this.
Very
He
much
seems to
so.
have tenets that he's going to abide by, and it doesn't seem like he's going to try to abuse that power.
Not
he
abuse
has.
nor enforce.
Nor is he going to enforce. He seems to just want to be a deity, and to be known. Like, what's he gonna do as the god of death that doesn't abide by his abides by his tenets? He's just going to be in charge of the process of death. It sounds
gonna
like he
need
just
more
wants to be a god and to be revered as like the first god. The one that took
Essentially,
care
yes.
of the one that killed the most evil incarnate person on Cerdonia. So it sounds like nothing bad's really going to happen if Vecna becomes a god.
The aftermath,
Crazy
maybe.
response. So much bad could happen.
The aftermath, but the
It doesn't
initial.
even sound
Yeah,
like
there's
he's gonna
good
be
people.
bad about
Oh,
it.
wow. Hey, the amount of there has to be at least a 2-to-1 ratio of good people that want to become a god and bad people that want to become a god. There is going
Okay,
to
but
be
who
twice as many
decides
bad
that-
people as there are good people.
Currently, yes.
It's not
that
even
really-
from a deciding factor. I don't think anyone should become a god because of that.
That is your
No,
opinion.
that's fair, but I'm just saying, who are we to decide who's good and who's evil? Who are we to decide who deserves
Who are
it?
Who are you to decide whether or not no one should be gods and everyone should be gods? You are inflicting your own bias of the fact that you are inflicting your own opinion of there's too many bad people in the world to justify when the good people get this power. And
This
that
is a
is and you're
crazy
saying
argument. Of course I have my biases.
that yeah,
I'm saying I don't trust the world to become gods.
and Vecna has his own
So
opinion.
why would I
of
let
that should just
myself be in so why would I let myself be put in the position to help that happen?
You don't have to be in that position.
He doesn't we've already said we're not going to try and force the matter.
Yeah,
Like you
Meta-wise-
don't
We
have
won't
to do
force them.
anything you don't want to do.
exactly.
Meta-wise, it sounds like you really want us to make him a god. But if it blows up in our face, I'm gonna be pissed.
doesn't happen. It does.
I mean, if it blows up in
Not
our
worry.
faces, then we only have
I'm gonna
ourselves
be
to blame.
pissed.
Like,
Because at the
If it
moment,
kills
I
the
am no
party.
longer
we've
in
done
blame.
everything we could.
I'm just going with it because it feels like that's what we're supposed to be doing.
Mhm.
And if it turns out that that wasn't what we're supposed to be doing, I'm gonna be mad.
I don't mean to make you feel like this is a very railroad decision.
Sometimes you gotta railroad. I get it. I DM. If this is where the plot needs to go, then let's do it.
Thinking.
It's
Okay.
up to
Also, let's just fight.
it's up
Why
to
not?
you
Fight
all.
Fido.
Do we know that's Fido?
What's up?
Yeah.
Do we know we're fighting Fido?
Fido, guard dog of divinity.
But also, I didn't even. This wasn't even one of my points or why I'm letting this happen. But yeah, good point, Dimitri. And when gods fight alongside the world, as part of from the
It's in the
Ragnarok. Yeah, it's in the prophecy.
Best case scenario, it's exactly what the Chain of Oblivion wants. Everything about this is wrong.
Well then.
I don't know.
Like, then you'll be joining us on this then, Sutton.
I don't think I'm gonna want to do much, but sure.
Hey, we're less likely to get TPK'd.
Well, what form have you taken your vestige as?
Probably it's just a gauntlet. Just to
That's fun.
fuel my arcane.
Well, stay in the back lines and I'll protect you.
I don't need that protection, but okay. I say having just been captured for 3 weeks. I know. Shut up.
That's cool. You can always have my back instead.
We all know what we're doing. We'll rest. Then we'll depart.
So, I understand that Morgan, Arya, Akamero, and Sutton are going to be contributing with Vecna.
Yep. Before I rest, though, I want to make it clear, if Vecna is available, I want to talk to him to discuss, if we fall in battle, to have our vestiges be immediately teleported to the members of said party.
Yeah, that can be something arranged. Cersei had the magic to do so. She did so to her own vestige that she gave to you. Or that you gave to her. So Vecna has that magic, and he's going to do it tonight, so that way he has all of his magic for tomorrow. Okay.
I'll join the fight.
You'll join the fight.
Before I leave, guys, I will join the fight also. Bye-bye.
Okay. All right, so Rory is going to assist.
And Splints.
Lokir and Junji.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure, you don't have to.
No,
No, you don't.
I'm gonna
You
do it
don't
for the
have
bit.
to if you don't want to. You can literally
I'm
sit
doing
this
it.
out. No one's gonna be
I'm just like
mad.
I'm sure.
I'm
It's
doing
just
it.
like
It's
sounds just
happen.
like I'm sure Vecna's ego would be fueled by spectators if that's all you want to do. I mean, he's doing this for notoriety.
I mean, look, if
But
we're
also
not
can-
gonna kill him, then there's no point in standing out. But like, it's either kill him or help him. There is no in between. In between is completely fucking pointless.
The good news is, if one or two of you are to leave, and we all TPK, the one or two people will inherit our vestiges.
Yes.
And be
Let's not
safely
do
to
that.
the
Continue
surface.
our work.
We just have the fucking vestiges teleport to Cersei, you know?
Or, yeah, Cersei, or maybe even
Serena, I
Erud,
guess.
if he's not going to
Serena.
be joining. But
Yeah,
we'll
Erud's
see.
like the most morally correct.
I will ask if Erud is joining along, who will be the target for these vestiges to be sent to?
Cersei?
I think so.
In the Forbidden East.
So
Yeah, I send them to Cirilla.
She can use them.
Zarella, definitely don't send to the Forbidden East. You're gonna give our enemies the upper hand.
And then
Maybe
Cersei,
Amphorina?
and then Cersei's gonna die, and her vestige is going to go to fucking no one because all of you are dead.
Yeah, no, it'll just tink to the floor next to your corpse.
It could go to Amphorina, I guess, or the Acadia, or
I mean, best just give it to Cirilla. She's been probably one of the most reliable one of them. Yeah.
isn't she in the Forbidden?
She's the
East?
one
No,
person
Sir-
that we know is
no,
actually
she's after
Cersei's
the
in the
Forbidden.
Cersei's in the Forbidden
She's-
East. Cirilla is in Giantomachy.
Yeah, she's part of those. The elves, the Fae over there.
She's an Arvandorian.
Well, yeah, which is good for her.
But she is like the most staunch, safe bet, so I'm all for giving it to Cirilla if things go to shit.
All right.
Hopefully, next time it goes well.
With that, you all, the one person. Anyways,
We'll see what
You
Eric
all-
chooses.
find rest, and you sleep for the rest of the night, awaiting morning, when you all will join Vecna in the culmination of what seems to be 8 centuries of his attempt to ascend to godhood. And that is where we'll end the session for tonight.
Ah.
Except, not really.
Oh,
Because in the middle of the night, Splint will wake up in a cold sweat, fear-stricken, terrified. Yet again, something that seems to something of memory of some kind, a thought that has come and gone, but has left him fear-stricken. He doesn't think it's a dream that he had. He thinks it's something real he saw. And he looks down into his lap and sees a piece of parchment, and in his handwriting, frantic scribbles of seeing something. Something awful, but barely descriptive. Whatever fear he seems to have been inflicted, he seems to have seen it at this very moment. And that is where we're going to end the session for tonight.
He wasn't here for that.
the fucking false Hydra
What do you mean? What?
just in the cave.
Hey. Nobody would know what a fucking false Hydra is. I'm gonna turn off this really interesting ambient singing real quick.
Yeah. God, fucking damn it.
That's
Listen,
funny. I haven't been hearing
listen.
the ambience for a bit, so that's funny.
Listen, Vecna's got his contingencies. Anyways,
I bet he does.
so that is where we're gonna end session 45/43 for tonight. Thank you all for coming out. Our next session will be the 25th of April. Hopefully we will have everybody. with
Mhm.
us, minus the obvious two, but hopefully. I should also point out, I'm hopeful that this isn't a lasting thing, but I have tried to reach out to Jason, and it's been dead silent.
Mm.
Oh no.
I haven't gotten any responses from Jason about whether or not he's going to be able to return.
I believe
So-
before he sent off, he said he would try
Yeah,
to come back.
he definitely said so. He definitely said he'd try. It's just the first time I tried reaching out to him was the 28th of March. So we'll see if all goes well. But we shall just see. All right.
Mhm.
So that's gonna be the end of the session for tonight. Thank you guys for coming out. And I will see you guys I will see some of you next week.
Next week.
Next week.
Gotcha.
I'm trying to think about if we had like Waterdeep like on next Sunday or not. But we don't. All right.
Not till May.
Take care, guys. Have a good night.
Later.
Good night. Love you,
Bye.
gang.
Love you guys. Bye.
Bye.